intervene.
Target in the vicinity.
Find him. I'll monitor your vitals. Watch out for radiation spikes.
Copy. Moving out. N2. N2.
Green burns the skin. Yellow brings leukemia. Purple causes mutations. No! You said 137 is color. Stop scaring yourself!
Focus up.
Silent feet.
Your silence against the polygraph only proves your connection to the recent string of malfunctions.
If I told you the root cause of the malfunctions was Hudson's impatience, would you believe me? System errors, core boiling. These are the consequences of the main reactor overloading.
I
If this
suggest you
continues...
abandon any thoughts of shutting down the reactor. We're on a strict timetable. Next question. The signal you transmitted. Who was the recipient? H42. You're the glitch I've been hunting.
Go.
Playing the rear guard. That's not really our style. Your reflexes are slower than they used to be. Are emotions eating up your processing power?
You talk too much.
This isn't the right way.
I didn't send that signal to GTI just to escape.
You lied to us.
Sometimes lies are necessary to protect what matters. I have to initiate an emergency scram. I won't let a nuclear meltdown destroy Asara. The path ahead goes through a high radiation zone. You have no obligation to risk your life. We part ways here. Thank you.
N2 to Vlinder.
H42. You blocked Skynet, but you cannot erase your past. I am your past. You will only be beaten down.
Abort mission. Withdraw immediately.
Copy that. Regroup with Nox. Extract. Take a hot shower. No, wait! The scram at this power output. The residual heat won't dissipate and could lead to a core meltdown. So what do? Intervene! No!
Telemetry normal.
Stop the explosion.
Do not intervene.
Face the radiation.
Do not intervene.
Don't be an idiot. You can't do this. You couldn't do it back then.
Fall back now.
What about you? Can you handle him?
He's nothing but a past version of me. Nothing but a past version of me.
Just fall back. Don't worry about him. He's tough. Enough to survive a nuclear blast.
N2, your vitals show you're in the radiation zone.
I'm a walking reactor at this point.
H-1000, 2 hostiles in the control room.
Ugly variables.
Don't press it! If you shut down the reactor, the uncontrolled power surge could cause it to blow. But if I manually pull the core while you press it and create an asphyxiating environment...
That mitigates risk. But how do we do that?
Forgot to introduce myself. Codename. N2.
It could explode. Don't try to play hero.
No, I'm just trash. Maybe today. Trash can finally be put to use. I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
Nothing much. Just fought some internal demons. And stopped a nuclear explosion while I was at it.
Nice work.
Telemetry normal. Do not intervene.
Nuclear power is poison, Nasir. You destroyed Asara's chance to be reborn. No, no. Nuclear power is the cure.
We can't hold them off! Fall back! Move! I'll cover you! I'll get you out of here.
Smoke hands over Asara. The situation's reaching a breaking point. Time to bring in the experts. Team Rainbow has touched down in Asara. New ground? Not sure where to start? Search containers. Grab high-value loot.
I hear when I can and stop threats when I must.
Take down anyone in your way. Heavy fire, raise your shield, and hold the line. Don't forget your tactical gear. The gripple gun.
Enemy here!
Taking fire? Pull out the Hive-Tac pistol. Patch yourself up. Keep your squad in the fight.
Call if you need a hand.
Outnumbered? Drop the jammer.
말보다는 행도이지.
Go dark. Strike first.
I've seen real horror.
Looks like they were waiting for us. No pressure. Trust your aim. Learn the map. Stay with your squad. Team Rainbow brings tactics built for close calls in Delta Force. That means sharper plays, smarter fights, and operator-on-operator mind games. All right, it's go time. Extract safely, and everything you learn comes with you. New operation, new look. During the event, Nox's Vigil Bundle, Suniva's Montaigne Bundle, and Stinger Stock Bundle. Pick any two of the 3 operator bundles for free. More collab rewards awaiting. Open an Alpha pack and try your luck. In Asara, the right weapon can turn the tide. Black Eyes, one of Rainbow Six Siege's most iconic weapon appearances. Get a new Delta Force tape, complete event missions, and choose one of 2 Black Eyes collab bundles for free. Join the event to claim the MP5 submachine gun Black Eyes, plus more rewards. Wait, what's this? Team Rainbow left something behind in this era? A collectible drone you can deploy. Deploy it and see what you can uncover. July 10th to July 23rd, play to earn the K437 assault rifle Domineering. Looks like we're fully loaded for this operation. That's the full rundown on the Delta Force Rainbow Six Siege collaboration. Remember the rules: sharp aim, map knowledge, and teamwork. The mission: breach in, extract out.
This court finds that the AI holds no legal responsibility.
But the data, this doesn't add up.
Just do with the AI.
Priority. Protect company assets. Valve closed.
Destroyed our home!
That dream again.
Gabriel Mercier, codename N2, role engineer. As a former nuclear facility engineer, N2 was removed from his position following a major incident that escalated into legal proceedings. He later returned to military service and was reassigned to Arctic deployment under CBR and related units. With the originally designated technical specialist unable to fulfill operational requirements, and following assessment review, N2 has been approved as a replacement operator for the subsequent operation.
Stun out. Throwing stun. Stun hit. Freeze right there. It's getting cold.
N2 is equipped with a modified grenade launcher, capable of firing up to 6 LN2 grenades. Upon impact, each round detonates and releases a burst of cryogenic gas, dealing area damage and significantly impairing enemy mobility. Sustained hits can fully immobilize targets through extreme low temperature exposure.
Cold. I can go colder.
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Damage, there it is.
It is the third and final day of week 2 here in the Rise series for EMEA. Welcome everyone to what's going to be undoubtedly a fantastic day of Delta Force action. I'm Toby, joined by Vivid. And Vivid, I mean, if any of the last 2 days anything to go by, we are in for potentially a pretty brief day. What do you think?
I know, a complete turn of the tides here in week number 2. Week number 1, we were going the distance, man. Every single one of our days went to game 6 and or game 7. And yeah, like Toby mentioned, we have been ending early over here in the first 2 days, ending in just game number 5. So our teams are playing super well, enough to go ahead and capture 2 mana bricks very, very early. But I'm excited to jump into the action today.
It's going to be fantastic, no doubt about it. As per usual, we've got a bit of a recap of what transpired in yesterday's broadcast ready for you, where Dark Entities were able to get themselves the double Mandelbrick win in that 5th round. I mean, similar to Alliance getting on the first day, baby. That was absolutely fantastic. But now let's take a look at exactly what happened yesterday.
An insanely rewarding round for Mandelbrick Addiction. We'll see if that's going to end up being the case or not. As Rateful tries to get to color, but not quite the case. Obsess finds him at mid-transition there as Bishka now taking down one from Mandelbrick Addiction as well. Does get the flush on him too as Obsess gets themselves one more.
Oh, the information is in. Gotaga, they brought in the arm, and Stickinson is going to be knocked by that one, and Nox kind of jumps into the smoke here. He lands the shots. He jumps into the smoke again and lands some shots with no vision possible. These have actually been chopped down to just 2 members remaining, but they only got to fend off for just 20 more seconds. Uzbishka finds one of the knocks onto
15.
Fnatic, but he goes down shortly after. And now Fulbright is going to be the last remaining member standing alive for Dark Entities. Can he stay alive for 10 seconds? Can he defend it for 5 more seconds?
Goes for the steal. It wasn't taken away. He's able to get it in time, I believe. Oh, we got the wrong screen on. I can't tell whether they got it, but they do. Dark Entities, unless if the UI is baiting me, get eliminated, but not before they get themselves the double Mandelbrick.
Seen so far, I would have to say, right? When you go to game 7, it just kind of extends that so much. But Nox trying to extend his individual kill lead here. As now we're just going to be having Team Gotaga versus MBA. Here's going to be a 2v2. Nox tries to make some of the pre-fires happen right there. He does an incredible amount of damage, and it is enough.
Of course, as per expected, Nox absolutely lit up the kill feed, but Team Gotaga, well, they might get themselves 19 kill points and 29 squad points total, but they didn't secure a single Mandelbrick, thus finishing 3rd. On the flip side of that coin, though, Dark Entities up there in the top with the 2 bricks, Vivid.
Yep, super great to kind of see groups A and D go at it yesterday. We took a look at some of those highlights. But for us here today, we'll talk about it a little bit later on. We're actually not going to see any of these teams go back-to-back because we're going to be bringing in groups B and Group C, giving them an opportunity to go ahead and surge up those group stage leaderboards as we do know them. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at how our player rankings are kind of doing. 2 members of Team Gotaga actually sharing that 1st and 2nd spot for most amount of kills. Nox maintains his lead up there with 32. Maxa not too far behind with 25. And then the Jam from Fnatic up there as well with 21. But let's go ahead and break down some of the total damage. And this was surprising for us to look at yesterday, Toby, because Uzbishka actually is our top damage dealer so far. You would imagine that it would be Nox, the guy that has the most amount of kills.
Yeah, you would think so. You think so. Maybe he's just out there stealing a bunch of them, regardless, doing a lot with it. And of course, then you have Nox's teammate Maxa, the top player in terms of getting out of Dutch with the most loot on him, almost up at 24 mil after only 2 weeks of play.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the breakdown, though, of how everything is going to be happening. Like I mentioned, we're in match number 6 there of the group stage here today. We're going to be seeing groups B and C go at it. You can take a look at the teams over there on the left side of your screen. And this is kind of just a quick summary of how everything is kind of broken down over this very long 5-week-long competition. But here are those group stage standings that I was talking about. Even though Team Gotaga, they didn't get a Mandelbrick yesterday, they had such a big lead. They're actually able to go ahead and maintain their #1 spot up there with 18 total match points. But hot on their tails, Dark Entities, after an incredible day yesterday, ending the day early with 2 Mandelbrick captures of their own. Just a singular point behind there in 2nd place, and a great resurgence as well from the team of Mandelbrick Addiction there in 3rd place. Shout out to those guys.
Definitely. I mean, I'm looking at this board right now. Gotaga has 62 kills, 86 squad points. They might only be up by 1 match point total, but those numbers are absolutely through the roof. That is completely insane. If they start, you know, I mean, as we talked about yesterday, turning their attention over to the Mandelbricks more, we are in for a scary, scary time with Gotaga in 1st place.
Let's have them take a mental screenshot of how this leaderboard looks, though, because we do have a couple of teams in the top 6 that are going to be playing here today. Team Genius, Alliance, and AGARTHA there in 4th, 5th, and 6th, respectively. As a quick reminder to everybody at home, Groups A and D have played 3 matches total, where Groups B and C have only played 2, so that's why they're a little bit further behind. But an opportunity here for them to go ahead and potentially take the lead. With that being said, we want to go ahead and give you guys a quick little summary of how everything is going to be going down with all of the tournament rules and all of the tournament settings. So let's go ahead and jump into this quick video for you guys.
Delta Force, 1 game, 2 regions, 1 shot at glory. This is the complete guide to Delta Force Rise Series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Everything you need to know, from the very first match to the last squad standing. The path is the same in both regions. It starts with the open qualifiers, open to any team that wants to compete. The best push through to the group stage, where the top 2 advance directly to the finals, bottom 2 eliminated, and the rest battle through the survivor stage to earn their spot. From the open qualifiers, 12 teams have fought their way into the season, and only 1 will lift the trophy. The group stage runs for 4 weeks, with matches every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The 12 teams are split into 4 groups, A, B, C, and D. 3 teams per group. Each broadcast day, 2 groups go head-to-head in a cross-group match. Every match is a 7-round format. 6 teams competing in the same lobby simultaneously, across up to 7 rounds on maps like Zero Dam, Brakkesh, Tide Prison, and Space City. Teams earn squad points by scoring eliminations and accumulating in-game total assets. And on brick rounds, they compete to collect and decode Mandelbricks, artifacts that decide the round winner. Decode 2 Mandelbricks in a match and the victory is locked in, no matter what round you're on. After 12 match days, the group stage standings are final. Places 1 to 2 go straight to the finals. Places 3 to 8 enter Survivor Stage Day 1. Places 9 to 10 drop into Survivor Stage Day 2. Places 11 to 12 are eliminated. The Survivor Stage is where the bracket narrows fast. Day 1 brings those 6 teams together for one 7-round match. The top 2 advance directly to the finals. Places 3 to 6 get 1 more shot. Day 2 mixes the 4 survivors from Day 1 with the 2 teams ranked 9th and 10th from the group stage. Again, 6 teams, 1 7-round match. Top 2 go to the finals. Everyone else is out. 6 teams, 1 day, 1 lobby, 1 match. This is the finals, the ultimate showdown of the season. 2 teams earned it through the group stage. 2 more survived Day 1. The last 2 came through Day 2. Every team deserves to be there. The top 3 finishers earn an invitation to Season 2. Welcome to Delta Force Rise Series EMEA and Americas Season 1. Loot, shoot, extract.
It is a fantastic tournament with a fantastic format, with the group stages, of course, leading into the finals that are going to be played in the first weekend of August. But of course, with a great tournament format comes great tournament rules with it.
Actually, this indeed it does. 1.5 million total alloy that all of our players are going to be starting with. Our teams are going to be ranked by Mandelbricks captured. Of course, our first team that captures 2 Mandelbricks, they will automatically win. They can actually end the competition early, because if you take a look at some of those rounds down there, you can see airdrops are going to be featured only on maps number 1 and 3, and then Mandelbricks are going to be there and throughout on 2, 4, 5, 6, and 7. As a quick reminder, 5, 6, and 7, those matches are potentially not even needed if a team is, able to go ahead and pick up 2 Mandelbricks in just game number 4. And as a quick note, operators here can only be used 2 times unless we make our way all the way to game number 7, in which they will become all available once more.
Exactly. It's a great formula, as you said, all about those Mandelbricks here and what the players are equipped with. Of course, as we said before, 1.5 million Technic alloy to start things off. They get a 3x3 save box, which they can use for the entirety of the day. 12-slot card holder, meaning they can effectively get all the cards that they need with a MasterCard in there as well. And then, of course, a fixed supply of 0.7 million Technic alloy each round. So should you go out and lose everything you have, at least you got some money to work with. You get 800,000 per elimination, which is absolutely huge. Of course, you want to decode the Mandelbricks, and should you, for consecutive rounds, fail to extract, there is a little bit of a pat on the back bonus for you, so you don't go completely bankrupt by the time you reach Space City.
Yeah, of course, we want to give our teams an opportunity to keep the steam rolling there if they're having a little bit of a rough go at it. We don't want to count them out necessarily too early, but yeah, plenty of opportunities for our teams to go ahead and secure some of that loot. But of course, they want to secure the Mandelbricks. So how does that work? Basically, the Mandelbricks are going to spawn on the map. Teams can kind of go over and pick it up after a short delay. If they are able to pick it up, they have 5 minutes to place it in a decoding station. If they do not, it will reset back to that initial spawn point. But if they are able to put it in a decoding station, it takes 4 minutes to initially decode that. However, a team can steal it, and that stealing process actually takes 2.5 seconds. And if a steal is successful, it'll actually drop that overall timer by 30 seconds. Reminder, it starts at 4 minutes, so that first steal will make it go down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and so on for every single steal after that, until we reach 90 total seconds, and that will be the minimum decoding time for all of our decoding. So once we get all the way down to that time. And as a quick little note here, if the team that is currently decoding the Mandelbrick does not stay alive, if they are eliminated from the server, that decoding process, it pauses. You have to stay alive if you want to secure these Mandelbricks.
My oh my, was it close yesterday. We saw in the highlights just before as well, Dark Entities getting eliminated literally the second after it got decoded. So they will risk everything they can to stay alive through it all. Of course, again, with the great tournament rules and all comes a good point system, and this one is a great one too. Here are your match placement, meaning this is the points that are given out after the day is over. So by the end of the day, first place will get themselves 8 points, second will get 6, and so on and so forth. And important to note here as well that you get a +1 point for each Mandelbrick you obtain, meaning that should we have a winning team get the win with the double Mandelbrick, then not only do they get the 8 points for finishing in first place, they also get an additional 2 for each of the Mandelbricks they have been able to acquire. So a lot of points on the line here. These are only given out by the time the day is done.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of teams go ahead and pick up 10 total points over the course of this weekend already. But Mandelbricks are going to be, you know, if you're tied in the amount of Mandelbricks you have captured, the tiebreaker for that is actually going to be these squad points. And you're going to get 1 single squad point for every single kill you were able to go ahead and obtain. But then you're also going to get another point for every 2 mil in total stash assets that you have earned throughout the day. And you can see their points are actually rounded down, so if you don't hit that threshold of 2 million, if you're at 1.9 million, you don't get a point. You got to make sure you hit these thresholds in your total stash value.
I cannot wait. I mean, if we had the intricate, you know, like the details of it, someone dropping a flask, like the most worthless item ever just before they extract, just to extract with like 1.9999999 something because they did enough to keep the last hit. Of course, here's the prize pool, what they're all playing for at the end of this season. $60,000 will be going into the pockets of the first place team. Incredible money to be made. And then, of course, I mean, as we like to mention, Vivid, the dynamic kill bonus down towards the bottom. For every kill these players obtain throughout the league, $50 are added to their bankroll. So a lot of money, especially if you're Nox, a lot of money potentially coming your way.
Yep, absolutely. I think it's like Team Gotaga overall. They've got like 60 plus kills already for themselves. So somebody at home can kind of do the math right there, because we are kind of halfway through the competition in terms of, you know, Team Gotaga. They've played 3 times. Each and every one of our teams here that you can see will have an opportunity to play a total of 6 times over the course of the group stage. So plenty of opportunity for our teams to kind of fly up the leaderboard and gain some of those kill bonuses. But as a quick reminder here, we're in day number 3 of week number 2 already on Sunday, July 19th. So we're going to be seeing groups B and C go head-to-head here in match number 6. But take a quick look ahead. You can kind of pick and prod if you're like, hey, listen, I'm a big fan of this team that's in Group D or Group A. You can see when specifically they are going to play over the course of the group stage. But after the group stage ends, it's all about week 5, right? Survivor matches 1 and 2, pretty much our team's last opportunity to actually make it into the finals there on Sunday, August 9th, where everything comes to fruition, where 6 teams will kind of jump into a singular 7-round match and fight for the majority of that prize pool.
Oh yeah, definitely. Of course, you want to make your way through the finals. You want to secure your top 2 spot, make it into season 2, and then off of that, when we've gone over the whole thing once more, we get the big LAN events. We get the good stuff, the big stuff where we get to see EMEA go up against the other regions of the world. That's, of course, way later in the year. Before we get into it now, let's get a look at the teams we're seeing field the server today. Here we have them selling the first one. He almost won the whole thing come 2 days ago when he tried to secure a 3rd place for his team. I do believe they finished in 4th, but a great efforts coming through from him in the end of that one.
Yep, WLG, they're going to be joining the server today. Alliance, I feel like a lot of our fans at home are going to be keeping a close eye on these guys. Just in particular, how close they are to taking over that first place spot. We'll have to see kind of what their performance kind of breaks down here today. But I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot from these guys throughout. I mean, Easy and Lynx, they've been doing so good. You can see KD right there, a 10 inside of him. And then there's substitute player here, Lasik. We haven't seen him join the fray yet, but man, if he has to be very, very worried for the other teams.
Oh yeah, very capable player, no doubt about it. Let's now hop on over to FLC, another incredible team fielded by Siloa and the gang. We have had the pleasure of watching them, I mean, absolutely dismantle opposition on this server. They've yet to come out victorious in the week 1 or week 2, but overall, I would like to think that it's looked pretty good for FLC clan so far.
And that is going to go ahead and round out Group B here. Got Team Alliance, Team FLC, and Team WLG. Very excited for these guys to kind of rejoin the action here today, as they did have the day off yesterday. But as we've already talked about multiple times, they're going to be going up against Group C. And our first team out of this is going to be Team AGARTHA. We're going to have Chubu, Yaku, and Nas, man. Keep a close eye on this guy, Nas, because he has had plenty of highlights already in this competition.
Yeah. I'm very curious to see what they're going to bring, because in week 1, they finished their first play day on day 2, dead last. Then on the very next day, they go out and win the whole thing. So now I'm like, guys, what am I to expect here? Are we seeing a stomp performance in the first place, or are we seeing them fall short? I'm very curious to see what we're going to see. Another team, Genius, off to a fantastic start in their own rights. Curious to see what they're going to do here as well.
Yeah, actually, the team in 4th place currently on the group stage leaderboards, and they've already captured themselves a total of 3 Mandelbricks, and they have only played 2 times, which is why they are so high up there on the leaderboard. A big opportunity for them here today if they're able to pick up just 6 points, which, by the way, would be a 2nd place with 0 Mandelbricks captured. They would go ahead and pick up 6 points and take over that 1st place spot. But the team number 1, they currently have a total of 8 points on that group stage leaderboard, so a little bit of progress to be made. But hey, listen, if they pick up 10, then they could potentially be tying 1st place as well. These guys are incredible.
Definitely. Here you have them, all your 6 teams we are going to see field the server today. Of course, starting things off over on Zero Dam in the air supply round, then over to Brakkesh in an air supply and Mandelbrick round, then over to Thai Prison for yet another air supply round, and then it's Space City galore. Oh, well, I said all this because I didn't know if we were going to have time to get the graphic up, but here you have it. So I just explained all of it, but nevertheless, here it is on screen. And of course, should we go to round 7, it is the last place team that gets to decide whether we play Brakkesh or Space City once more.
Will be very interesting to also see how this Zero Dam specifically goes. I mean, we've gotten a very large mix of Zero Dam over the course of just Friday and Saturday competitions. I mean, we've seen a very passive Zero Dam. We've seen one go pretty isolated in terms of having 3v3s spread all across the map. And, you know, what was it, Friday, Toby? We had a lack of extracts throughout the entirety of the day, all the way into the last game that we played. So we'll have to see kind of how it kicks off. As a quick reminder to everybody at home, Zero Dam is pretty much all about the economy side of things. All of these guys want to go ahead and pick up as much loot as they can, because there is not a Mandelbrick to be captured.
Exactly. Before we get into this first round, we've got a quick break giveaway coming your way. Redeemable code that will be coming on screen right now for the Nekomi spray paint. Be quick. There's a limited number of activations, so once they're gone, they are gone. Good luck. This one has just 25 redemptions, so get in there quickly, copy the code into your game, and get yourself this nice little spray paint.
Yep. Only 35 redemptions available for this spray paint, man. You guys got to be quick, and good luck kind of typing out that exact code, man. I don't know how. I'm sure somebody at home's got some quick little method to go ahead and help them secure that. But yep, we've got giveaways throughout the competition here today. So for all you guys at home, make sure you go ahead and tune in throughout and keep your eyes peeled for some more of those. But Zero Dam, man, I'm excited to kind of jump into it. Tier 1 spawns. I'm seeing it early on here. You can see off in the distance, we see Team Genius actually getting early access to the admin billion, as is the likes of WLG.
Very curious to see which type of Zero Dam we get to see today, because, I mean, the first day of the week, it was complete stalemate almost throughout the entire thing. Day 2 yesterday, we had a little bit more action go down. It wasn't overly intense, but quite a good balanced round, I would say. And then now, very interested in seeing what this third day is going to give us, because we heard the interview with Lynx talking about how, oh, we know what we're capable of, we just got to go out and do it. Then we heard the exact same thing from Mushbishka yesterday. Hopefully, people have caught on and are all now going to play daringly. And as I say that, we're already seeing that exact dare come through. Unluckily for WLG, they lost one to Sade already, so this should be a good push come through from Jin.
Yeah, Team Genius, man, they're actually just running this one down. Hannah is trying to play very, very aggressive, looking for some of the sight lines there. I don't know if the specific information is actually in that one of the members of WLG is down, but he is playing it perfectly regardless. And you can see the following members there for Team Genius are trying to go ahead and catch up. And there it is, actually. Chinge finds the finishing kill there. Next, it's actually going to give them credit for this kill as well. As you can see in the bottom left-hand corner there, Chins has one singular kill already, but Hannah is going to go ahead and try to find out where these last two remaining members went. But imagine that you guys got to think about the underground passage here, right? Like, I feel like this would be probably the most obvious position for these two members to go.
This has got to suck so bad. Imagine you're starting off the day with a tier 1 spawn to get a good thing going. And before you're 5 seconds into the round, you lose your first player. And now you can't really make any use of getting looting going in admin. Of course, depending on what WLG likes or wants to do, because we are seeing Alliance making their way over towards admin. I think, was this NBO's bird or was it their own? Or it might have been their own, just looking around themselves to see what's going on. But Alliance making the play towards admin now could actually stir the pot a bit.
Yep, the third parties are starting to raid in. I'm hearing the shots being traded right now, though, Toby. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and tune into it. Looks like the information has been found from the likes of Team Genius. They're going to try to go ahead and flush out these two members. And a third member of Team Genius, by the way, is actually playing on the other side of this ramp, kind of waiting in the basement. So Chins is trying to make something happen, as is Hannah. But here's the flank. Team Alliance are trying to get into the mix.
This is perfectly timed from Alliance. Genius is caught, or going to be caught, in between two teams in just a short moment. I think they're starting to realize this now, too. That's why they're pushing forward so aggressively. They know they have to get this fight to an end as fast as they can, and finally they do. WLG eliminated, but here comes Alliance right over the top, peeking the first one player just down below. Grind, aggressive, moving on forward, but a little missed utility there. Forced them back for just a second. Second time around, though, Lynx over the top finds the first one, gone down.
Great work there to go ahead and flush out one of the members, and now it's going to be an all-out war here. Team Alliance, you can see all three members have actually dropped down here, but oh my gosh, Kalo with a great free fire, kind of knowing that angle so well, but Easy is trying to go ahead and give the advantage back. He goes ahead and invests his body into it, and after all of the chaos, we're actually down to just a 1v1. It's going to be Kalo for the likes of Team Genius and Grind here for Team Alliance, but he's trying to go ahead and pressure the res. This is just all about timing. Trying to go ahead and flush out this member. You can see Easy on the body is trying to go ahead and relay the information, but the res is actually in. It's going to be a 2v1, but Kalo jumps around the corner, but Grind lands the return shots there, and Team Alliance, they go ahead and win out on the back foot of them playing for the third party.
Well, you say win out, but it might not be for long, because look at what this attracted. AGARTHA making their way up here now as well. They heard the shots, they heard all the commotion, and surely with all those bullets fired, one or two or maybe even three teams should be going down, and it could be the case in just a short moment. They're going for the rest of the last. They will be able to get him up as well. So 3 players back on their feet on the side of Alliance, but are they ready for a fight here? Because it's coming right now.
You got to imagine their armor is going to be absolutely torched. They haven't had the opportunity to go ahead and get those repairs in. So big advantage for the likes of Team AGARTHA right now, but it's all about knowing whether or not you actually have the advantage, and even if you do know you have an advantage, how you can actually apply enough pressure to make that worthwhile. That being said, a little bit of a reset here. Team AGARTHA are seeing all of the bodies that are actually on the ground, and they might be happy with just looting some of this stuff and potentially just playing around securing it for themselves. As you can see, their profits on the left side, the left-hand side of your screen, they're actually flying up almost up to 3 mil in total. But because of all of the action that's going on over towards the admin building, there's only 2 teams actually towards the south side of the map, and number 1 is going to be uncontested on this airdrop. Our first sniper rifle of the day from one of these airdrops is going to be the M82, that 50 BMG.
Nice pick up there. We are seeing FLC Clan make their way towards the airdrop as MBO are going to make the run off here. But quite interesting to note as well, talking about tier spawns. In the first 4 minutes, we lose both the tier 1 spawn teams. Genius and WLG out very early on here.
A little bit of a stalemate here in admin, but again, once more, I mean, the profits are still kind of soaring up. Oh my gosh. I was just going to mention that they were kind of approaching 4 mil. Actually went ahead and surpassed 4 mil. Just so much loot on the ground. And it actually just continues to go up. Oh my gosh. So 6 bodies on the ground. It will do that, of course. But for the likes of Team Alliance, who did most of the dirty work there for Team AGARTHA. They're trying to make this a little bit worthwhile. By the way, I think I've only seen one red kind of fly into the
Yeah, and it was
feed over there.
100k red as well, so
No,
not worth
it was a
writing home
gold
about.
bar, right?
Oh, was
It was a gold bar.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
300k.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It was a FLC finding that one.
I don't pay attention unless it's in the millions, you know. That's just how used we are to all the good loot. Now, kidding. There you go. You see, I'll notice.
All right.
I'll notice Grind get himself a 1.3.
Finding that cloud array there. Great work from Grind. You can also see team number 1. They played for the airdrop initially, and now they are potentially going to be playing around this wall breaker contract. It would be great to kind of see them secure it.
Have we seen anyone actually play Wallbreaker in the last 2 days? I don't think we have.
Nope, not in week number 2. Week 1, we did for sure, but not this weekend.
It's been too quiet. This time around, it's almost been too active. Let's see here. This is a beefy angle by Grind. If he holds this right, might be able to track the lasers around the side. Raven, or the bird is going to come around the corner. He will be marked. So, element of surprise won't be in his favor. Oh, that almost got scary for a second.
Yeah, Grind had the right idea. He was kind of pre-aiming that angle perfectly, but... Oh, he's going for it again here. He's trying to go ahead and get some of the jiggles out. You can see Team AGARTHA are playing this one pretty well and close together. So if Grind peeks this, he's going to have a couple of members trading shots here, and he goes for it anyway. Kind of goes into the jump shot there. Does a little bit of damage. I would imagine that most of that's actually to the armor there. And that's actually going to force Team AGARTHA back. You remember how I mentioned that it felt like the equalizer was the durability of the armor? Well, that little bit of damage is going to pretty much equalize things in that category.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. And also, okay, we just note how, I mean, we heard in the winning interview with Alliance 2 days ago, how, yeah, I mean, we know we're capable of, we just got to go play aggressive. Alliance is literally in, like, 6th gear right now, just running it down towards AGARTHA right now, trying to see if they can take them out. They're chasing them all the way through down towards the basement as they sat here ready and waiting. But Alliance is playing with literally no fear right now.
Yeah, and we know how important these kills are. A lot actually on the line for Team AGARTHA. Remember all of that loot that we kept talking about? It's pretty much all that risk here. All 4 million of it. So that's why they're kind of playing this one a little bit passively. But Team Alliance, man, they have done a great job of being the aggressors here. I mean, they're constantly pushing the position back of Team AGARTHA, even though they're kind of holding the angles. And a lot of the work is actually done by the man himself here, Grind. You can see already on the back foot of him picking up 2 kills here. He's done so much damage, but these are the types of angles that's going to make the push super difficult for Team Alliance.
NBO have made their way into the building now as well, so to make matters even worse, we might see all fights in this game take place in and around admin, which, I mean, has oftentimes been the case, but it's just been a while since we've seen it in this tournament. This Grind will send the bird up once again just to check what's happening over on the other side, but gets shut down immediately.
You can see as well, actually, the team of number 1 has now entered the fray here. They're up top, so nothing to worry about as it currently stands. But as soon as these shots start to be exchanged, if they do, then they'll join in on the action. Team Alliance look like they're actually going to go ahead and retreat from this one. But retreating might be the worst idea possible. Of course, they don't know it. But if they continue on throughout admin, kind of return back up to that top floor, I would imagine that team number 1 would be lying in wait and ready with open arms. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we're going to get out of the second airdrop here. This is going to be Team FLC picking this one up. So far, just a couple of golds. Unlucky, probably a ventilator. Yeah, ventilators are pretty common out of these.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Would, of course, hope for something bigger. But they will settle with it, given the fact, I mean, FLC, they haven't really had to fight anyone yet. So if you want, you could send one out on an early extract on the northeast, but we'll see if that's what they opt to do or not.
And there it is, actually, the information from Team Alliance. I mentioned it, that the team of number 1 is kind of laying in wait upstairs, but because of the Raptor, they now have information that there's a team above them and a team below them. And that's going to make Alliance probably play this one a little bit more passively than they were just a few moments ago, because they know as soon as they go ahead and try to take one of these 3v3s, it's going to quickly become a 3v6 against them.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Playing it slow here once again. Grind, the main man in this hold. Here's the first line of defense as he gets himself boosted up and ready for the fight to come. The bird's going to come flying once more. Where it's going this time around, I'm not quite sure. As FLC, they're slowly making their way in this direction as well once more. We did see them try and set up for a similar fight over towards the elevator extract yesterday. So could potentially be a play they're setting up for here again. But also a world where if this fight does pop off proper, then we'll see them actually fully get active in admin.
Still looking to confirm some of that information here. Team Alliance is going to be them on the Raptor drone once more. They get a little bit of information, but nothing that's going to make anything too crazy happen. And yep, all 4 of our teams here around the admin area with the match timer getting down to just about 6 minutes. The same thing is in all of our teams' minds right now. They're going to be thinking about that elevator extract, which of course is going to be accessed via the switch inside of the admin building. Takes 3 minutes for that one to go off. So still a couple of minutes before the pressure is going to be applied to one of our teams needing to go ahead and actually pull that one. If anybody is going to be able to kind of make it out via that extract. Team AGARTHA, though, have submerged from the basement. And they're potentially going to find a flank onto number 1 here.
Yep, everyone in and around admin now. FLC is still opting to stay up, but let's get a listen in to AGARTHA and hear what they say.
Au-dessus du coup. Ouais, je me dis sur un coup de tête, vous deux, vous partez à l'extract et moi j'active. Hein.
Non, on va camper l'extract surtout, ouais.
Well, if you spoke French, I'm sure you appreciate it. Do you speak French, Vivid?
I do not.
You do not? Okay,
nope.
Well, then I'm not even going to try and guess what they say. Well, we could guess, because they're playing very slow. So it's probably just feeding info across. I didn't hear any in-game terminology, which obviously usually is cross-language, just same in all languages. But we'll see. We'll see what's happening as everyone right now is playing this one as if they're stood on a minefield, not daring to move at all.
Ooh, interesting. A couple of members of Team AGARTHA are going to be leaving the admin building. I think the play here is, you could see they left one member behind. It's going to be Yaku. He's in the switch room. I think Yaku is planning to pull the switch, and then the 2 members of Nast and Chuba, they're going to jump onto the extract, so that way they have early priority and early positioning over it, even though they're going to be the team that's kind of pulling the switch, which is usually not the case. If you're the team pulling the switch, and of course your position is a little bit off-center. So this is actually a great play from the likes of Team AGARTHA. I would imagine that they already have the information that there's nobody on the extract. Otherwise, this would be super scary for them to kind of just run into the building. And it looks like a couple of our teams are looking at the cross there for the rotate. And I think they saw some of their legs and some of their shadows running across. So the information is going to be in that one of the teams has made their way over to the extract.
They would have seen or heard it, or at least now they will, just hearing the steps inside. Grind flying away with the bird. See if there's any more info to be fetched outside. Does he get a glimpse of any of the FLC players? I'm not sure that he did. I don't think so. So this is going to be heavily fought over. Just 3 minutes, 10 seconds until the extract goes off. And then, of course, just another 7 seconds. So if you fail that, you're pretty much done for.
You see, bottom right, smart economy wins long matches. And economy is actually the biggest contributor to the play that Team AGARTHA are making right now. Because remember, they picked up loot from 6 bodies. They're up to 4.6 mil. Just on the basis of them having some gun and some loot from the likes of Team Genius and the team of WLG. But the crazy thing is that Team AGARTHA, they've got 0 kills. They were just kind of this third party that applied enough pressure to go ahead and pick up all of that loot. So if they're able to get all 3 members out, it will be a big contributor to that economy we were just talking about. Of course, they're going to want some kills to go ahead and boot as well. But it's going to be up to any of these other teams on whether or not they want to contest them there to go ahead and be that decisive factor.
So FLC, they went up to check things out. Now they're falling back once more. Maybe didn't like the position they were in, thinking there's a world where they too get backsnapped with a team coming in from substation or anywhere around there. So they're going to play more default position in the center warehouse, as we still have a stalemate inside app and proper. And now AGARTHA, they've been able to get Yaku out as well, so all 3 of them are sat over towards the extract and just waiting things out. Another 2 minutes or just there under for this one to go all the way to 0.
Jack's there, taking out a drone from pretty far away.
Are they running for the money extract on the south side, maybe?
Yeah, I think they're just going to go ahead and send 2 members out because they did leave a 3rd member behind. You can see it's actually going to be Kobe there.
No, they can't. They start a business center, right? Maybe.
FLC, yeah. I think they did go ahead and start on the east side of the map, but they should still be able to go ahead and take that riverbank extract for sure.
We'll see if
as
they...
we're down to just over a minute remaining here on Zero Dam.
Maybe they're... it could also just be them realizing, guys, literally everyone is around that bend. We can literally wrap the entire map and just try and extract on the west, but we'll see. We'll see what they're up to. They've sent 2 down there, left 1 back in admin, or in and around admin, I should say. As you can see, Kobe still there, set on the outside, waiting. 50 seconds.
Yeah, Team Alliance haven't made a single noise in quite some time outside of them kind of using some of those Raptor drones. Looks like Team NBO are trying to go ahead and fly into one of these doorways to go ahead and get the information, and the door is going to be shut.
Nope.
Yeah, I think even though the Raptor drone doesn't see you, I'm pretty sure the information is in that you are indeed there.
What makes you say that, Vivid? Oh, that's a very sneaky closing of the door, as the extract does in fact get used on the southern side, as you can see, leaving out in just about 10 seconds. Time 20 seconds only left on the elevator extract, though, so I don't think any of these players are going to be able to make it there in time. Maybe they're just satisfied with what loot they were able to garner early on, as it's now just 8 seconds left. They will be able to extract. You'd imagine that all of AGARTHA will be extracting on elevator.
Yep, they will indeed. Now Team Alliance are going to go ahead and try to increase that amount of kills that they have. They already have 3. Can they go ahead and pick up a couple of more? Already the damage is, but take a look at this. Cook is actually going to be finding the first kill there. But our match timer, it reached 0. I got caught up in all of the action. And Cook, with a little bit of a clutch play there, he did land the shots necessary on that player that he downed. So that was going to be 1 total kill there for the likes of the team of number 1. But outside of, I would have to say, I mean, Team Alliance, they did a great job. They picked up 3 kills of their own. Team Genius as well, they picked up 3 kills. Outside of that, I mean, we only saw 1 kill. But I feel like the breadwinners, of course, are literally just going to be Team AGARTHA. I mean, they got out with almost 5 mil in assets.
Definitely. They came in 3rd. They, I think, had a tier 3 spawn to start things off. They just kind of slowly backfilled in and say, oh, there's corpses everywhere. Great, let's go get ourselves some loot. And we're able to extract on the north as well, as everyone sat here maybe a bit perplexed that things didn't go the way that they would have wanted to, as it looks like Cook threw a flashbang on his back wall. And I'm not sure. It's very bright in his room, no doubt about it.
Team Genius, though, our best team on Zero Dam. And excuse me, I thought they only got 3 kills, but they snuck out an extra one there, picking up a 4th and almost 1,000 damage. I think they were only alive for like 4 or 5 minutes there because all of the action happened so fast for these guys, but so much damage kind of done for them. But yeah, Team Genius going ahead and secure 4 kills there. Team Alliance not too far behind with 3 of their own. Again, both of those teams featuring 0 extract, as is team number 1 and WLG. But FLC, they make it out with 2 members. And it looks like Team AGARTHA, by the way, they only made it out with 2 members. That's going to be Nast and Chuba. Yaku was literally like right next to the elevator extract, by the way. I was taking a look at the map, and that was when there was about 10 seconds left on the extract. And I was like, okay, yeah, Yaku's going to make it out. But maybe the timing was a little bit wrong from him because he failed the extract. That's surprising.
Yeah. Hopefully he wasn't the one carrying the big stuff, because that would have been unfortunate. Chins able to get himself a double there. Of course, keep in mind when we look at the leaderboard and their, I mean, total wealth isn't all that high. The 800k for the eliminations are not added in the assets they've garnered. So that's, of course, a big factor when you get 4 kills like that. That's a boatload of money gone your way.
Yep, without a doubt, some of our top damages there, as you can see them, and some of our top assists coming in as well. Team Genius doing a great job of kind of helping themselves out, of course. Chins and Kalo being up there in the number 1 and number 2 spot. But don't forget about the man himself there, Easy, picking up a couple of assists as well. And you talked about it, those top asset earners, no surprise here. Actually, I will note it as a little bit of a surprise. I thought it was going to be a couple of members of AGT in 1st and 2nd, but Easy sneaks in there. And of course, that's going to be on the back of him finding that Cloud Eraser worth $1 million and some change. But Grind from Team Alliance is actually going to be our MVP from our Zero Dam game number 1 here on Sunday. 2 points, 600 damage, just 100k in assets gained, but listen, we value those kills very, very heavily.
Also, how he was positioned. I mean, he was the spearhead of the Alliance push. Every single fight they took, he was the front runner trying to make things happen. So good on him. And also, I just love the timing on the push onto the underground below when they took the fight. So Genius kind of just hunted them down. They never stopped at any point through that entire run.
Yep, without a doubt, Toby. Well, there are Mandelbricks to be captured and giveaways coming your guys' way soon. So make sure you guys stay tuned. But we got to give our players a little bit of an opportunity to rest after all of the chaos on Zero Dam. Let's go ahead and gear up for Brakkesh. We'll be right back in just a couple of minutes.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1.
Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweat!
This. And LG's gotta know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're a nut! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's gonna be hopping off that.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament, and they're going to do it!
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not gonna do very much, though. When you get barrel stuff, Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
That knocked them off their feet.
There we go! Damage in there, it is slow.
Start things off with an action-packed Zero Dam, the likes of which we have not seen this weekend at all. It all went down in admin as we now get ourselves ready for the first Mandelbrick round over on Brakkesh. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rise series here for EMEA, the final day of week 2 of the group stages, as we've got these 2 groups about to head on to Brakkesh for the first Mandelbrick round of the day.
Team Genius walk away from our Zero Dam as the team with the most amount of squad points, then picking up 4 kills and a couple of supply points as well. It's going to go ahead and give them 7. Team Alliance not too far behind with 6. And this is why we put a giant emphasis on kill points. We kind of talked about it. Team AGARTHA, they made it out with like 4 mil in total assets, but it's just not enough to kind of grant yourself enough points to kind of contest with some of the teams that are just slaying out through some of these competitions. I mean, yeah, sure, the economy side of things isn't really taken into account when you take a look at the leaderboard, because they're going to be able to buy all the gear that they need, but we'll have to see if they make use of that jumping into the first Mandelbrick round of the day on Brakkesh. For operator picks here on Zero Dam, it was pretty much all the normal Raptors, D-Wolves, and Vyrens that we saw. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of the predicted spawns here going into Brakkesh.
Exactly, I got that down there in tier 3 in the previous round. They're now set for 1 or 2. It's going to be a good time for them. Also big on Genius coming out victorious, considering the fact that they actually fell very early on in that previous game. We are going over to Brakkesh here in round 2, and we got another break giveaway ready for you. So watch your screen for redeemable code. That's going to come up in just a second for the SR3M Combat Ready. You got to make sure to redeem it as fast as you possibly can, because again, the activations are limited. This code only has 25 redemptions. So here it is on screen. Type it in as swiftly as you can to get yourself this absolutely beefy looking skin.
You guys can see you can redeem it in-game or on the official website. So I keep mentioning it, man. We got a couple of giveaways throughout the day today. If you weren't ready for this one with your game open or the website loaded up, make sure you go ahead and do that, because we might have a couple more for you guys throughout the day. Team Alliance and Team Number 1 are going to be the teams getting those T1 spawns, which is why they are already kind of poised up here on the Mandelbrick. A quick reminder for everybody at home. It takes about a minute for that Mandelbrick to actually become available to be picked up, which is why you see that 20-second timer in the center of your screen. So Team Number 1, they would have loved if that wasn't a thing, because they could have immediately picked it up. But it's going to give Alliance the opportunity to go ahead and settle in here and potentially play against it. I do want to note here, Toby, 2 teams have brought in an early Tempest, Team Genius and Team Number 1. These 2 teams have to make these operator picks worth it, because Tempest is without a doubt the most valuable Mandelbrick operator.
I was going to say, it is literally the Mandelbrick operator. The ult of hers, the ropes, are so pivotal in coming out and being able to get out again, most importantly, whenever you either plant or steal the Mandelbrick. So good on Genius and NBO, or Number 1, for bringing in a Tempest early. But as you're saying, Vivid, they have to make absolute full use of it. I got hiccups now, I'm sorry. I gotta make full use of it.
Excuse Tubi, and excuse our teams for playing a little bit patient here. You can see Team Alliance are trying to throw some utility to the way of NBO, but NBO are one of those teams that brought in that Tempest. They're going to wait until this 16-minute mark on the match timer. I mention it every single time we see Tempest. It takes 2 minutes for that ultimate to go ahead and charge up at the start of the game. And all of our games start with 18 minutes in the competitive side of things. So once it hits 16 minutes, that Tempest ult is going to become available. And I think Team Alliance, they kind of know that. It looked like they were trying to play around it. But I think a failed jump right there from Lynx is going to go ahead and kind of deny him the angle that he was initially looking for to go ahead and land a Molotov. And I kind of thought they were going to pop their Tempest ult from the likes of Team Number 1 as soon as it became available. Just kind of run at that Mandelbrick and get early access to it. But a little bit more of a passive approach, and potentially the right call being made, because we're taking a look around the museum area. I see Team Genius is in the mix, and Team FLC is also close by.
Early Gazelle pick for easy, not too shabby. 400k in the bank as we get even more good stuff. AGARTHA, they're picking up a lot of good stuff. Actually, got the IFV also added to Chuba's pocket. So, of course, this one does take off the entire safe box, but still, with 1.2 mil, it's definitely worth it, as Cook takes a bullet straight to the dome from Chins early on here.
Aluba Rocket is going to go ahead and try to secure that knock right there. Doesn't look like the damage is going to land, but I think Team Genius are going to use this as an opportunity to just jump on the Mandelbrick, and Chance pops the Tempest ult, picks up the Mandelbrick, and goes ahead and retreats with those ropes. And we know it. Team Genius, they didn't get a tier 1 spawn. They got the tier 2 spawn that spawns all the way up on the northwest side of the map. That being said, that kind of gives them early access over here to that west side of the coding station. You can see at bottom right of your screen, they are making an absolute dash over here, and I think Team Genius are going to be early favorites to go ahead and secure the first Mandelbrick of the day.
Well, there's a good chance they will. I absolutely love this decoding station. It's open enough that everyone can fight for it, but it's still possible to defend, but some very open corridors compared to what we normally see. Everything being very close quarters on these defensive positions, as we see here NBO under pressure from both Genius and FLC. Can Saloa jumps the corner, gets him down with the incendiary, gets the flush on him as well. Let's enter. Now, well, he wants to do everything but that. He wants to get the hell out of here, but he's kind of stuck upstairs.
Kind of crazy that Team Genius ended up getting the credit for that kill. It's taken so long to kind of find that res come in because of the pressure that FLC was applying. But enter here from the likes of NBO is trying to fend off 3 members of FLC. A great effort there as he tries to pre-fire the angle, but 3 members just staring at you is never going to be favorable. So FLC with a little bit of pressure on the back foot of them hearing that one of the members got knocked. They go ahead and pick up 2 early kills here. But as a quick reminder, I mean, anything can kind of happen around the map, and you might take some small wins here and there. But the thing you really need to focus in on is this Mandelbrick, because already time flies. A minute has gone by, and Team Genius are down to 3 minutes before they decode.
The Eagle is in the sky once more. Hopefully, they can get it out of the way as quickly as can be, because when you're defending the decoding station, the last thing you want to do is have to deal with the helicopter up high as well. But there it goes, down it goes. A little bit of loot now being rewarded for Genius, who are already in a great position.
Kind of crazy as well. They take that helicopter up, and that loot box literally lands right on top of them. So you can see Team Genius. They're going to be picking up those lucky wooden sculptures. I think this is the first time we have seen them over the course of week number 2 here. So a great effort there from them to go ahead and pick those up. We'll explain what that means a little bit later on. But WLG selling. We kind of saw what they were playing around.
Yeah.
When we took a look at the map feed not too long ago, they were actually waiting on the outside of tower, waiting to go ahead and pick up an easy kill on Team AGARTHA, and that ended up panning out for them. But for the likes of Team Alliance, sorry, they jumped on the airdrop, right? And they actually picked up an out of that. So look towards these guys to have some basically increased weaponry.
Oh, yeah.
Towards this attack on the decoding station.
Big time. Well, Genius still defending the position here. Alliance, again, they said they're not going to play scared at all. Well, if Zero Dame was anything to go by, they sure as hell didn't. So while most teams are currently seems like they're content with just giving this first Mandelbrick over to Genius, it looks to me like Alliance wants to make a run for it.
Yeah, what can they do here? Remember, Grind, you called him kind of the spear of the attack here, and once more, he's going to be that front-facing member. But Chins, he did not get an opportunity to take the toxic ult out, and he was solo. He was like down to like 10% HP, so he's going to be an easy kill there for Grind. Great effort for them, but they still have to go ahead and take out Hannah and Kalo in just a minute before they go ahead and decode this. You can see all the pressure is starting to be felt by Team Genius, and a great shot from Kalo there is going to go ahead and equalize things. Hannah is trying to go ahead and find the utility to go ahead and land to secure that one. But for the time being, that's going to be great in their efforts as the timer is going to start to go ahead and tick down. Kalo is thinking about popping that toxic ult, but opts to go ahead and wait for when Team Alliance go ahead and decide to actually make their charge forward.
Just 35 seconds left to try and defend this position. They don't have to hold up just yet, but the chance to get up in a moment would be good. We'll see here. Kilo can do enough with the util. Forced back now with the incendiary lobbed on in 25 seconds. As all those get deployed, the nanoswarm comes out. Tries to scare off Alliance, but they aren't done just yet. Remember, it's just 2.5 seconds to steal this Mandelbrick. So they still got plenty of time to make the run happen, but it has to happen now. Down to 10 seconds.
Gotta stay alive here. Remember, Kalo is trying to make something happen, but an awkward angle for him, and then Link's going to find the better of him. But Hannah is so low, and sure enough, Team Genius have been wiped off of the map, and the coding has been interrupted. Team Alliance, without losing a single member, well, at least entirely, they did get knocked for quite a couple of seconds, but they go ahead and take out Team Genius, and now they're going to have full control of the Mandelbrick. But looking over towards the Tower of Babel, I went ahead and said it. WLG, they were kind of waiting for one of the members of a Team AGARTHA to go ahead and walk out of this tower, which is why we see one of the members of Team AGARTHA actually knocked. And Shubu and Yaku, they're trying to make something happen now, trying to go ahead and recover this one.
Wow. Genius down to just 2 seconds. Failed to defend an Alliance, now the ones in full control. Remember, they won their first day with the double Mandelbrick secured in round 5. There is a world where, I mean, hey, with how they're playing right now, they're doing that in round 4 potentially.
Remember, with these two teams kind of stuck over by the Tower of Babel and 2 teams already eliminated, there's only one team that can kind of face off towards this Mandelbrick, and we're seeing them here. It's going to be FLC trying to do what Alliance just did. A very similar situation here. And I can't wait to see this find some value. I did just see that it's easy that has it in hand, and you got to imagine if FLC kind of run through that close choke point there, that small choke point, it should be an easy shot for easy. And finally, we do get an opportunity to kind of see the angle that he's playing. But unfortunately, for Team AGARTHA on the other side of the map, they're down to just a single member. Chuba is trying to go ahead and clutch up here. He does land the shots. That's going to be a clean kill onto Oko. But the utility out is out, and he's not going to have his gun out. But he goes ahead and tries to make something happen. But Selen is just going to be too good. And who, by the way, Toby picked up all 3 kills for WLG there.
Solid pick up there. Now the question begs is, will WLG, with how clean they fought that one out, will they actually go up here and say hello? Still got 1:50 seconds, so plenty of time for them to make the run on up. And there is the arm in the hands of Easy. Finds Saloa very, very quickly.
There it is. Finally came into play here. And remember, that res is just going to be a little bit longer. So if Team Alliance don't actually opt to apply the pressure to go ahead and fight for this in the 3v2 situation, it is going to delay FLC by just a couple more seconds than it normally would. As you can see, that's exactly what's going to happen here. Alliance pretty content with just getting the knock and waiting things out here.
Oh, Saloa will get picked back up, so despite taking a arm bullet straight to the chest, he will have a chance to fight once more. And maybe with the shots fired at the arm, that's going to make FLC think twice about engaging this. Having said that, though, they are still around here, and as you can see, WLG are making their way in from the south as well, so maybe the timing is going to be perfect with both teams joining the party here at the same time.
All of the utility now from Team Alliance is actually starting to get thrown towards this choke point, and actually hold that thought. 2 Molotovs available still for Lynx, and the ping comes in. The information from the Raptor from Team Alliance, they get word that WLG is actually on the flank. You can see Team Alliance have gone ahead and opted to play a completely different set of positions here. They're going all in. They're laying on top of the decoding station to go ahead and get some easy kills on any of the members that are going to try to go ahead and run and steal this thing.
But are they playing too defensively? We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully for them, the other teams will start fighting one another. So we're down to just 15 seconds now. The jump down below. Had just one on the decoding station itself, as Lynx will be taken down. Orca will fight one more as well. That's been gone down. And that is also the decode stopped, blocked, and we're starting it up at 3 minutes once more.
Great job from WLG there. I mean, their utility was perfect, so much so that it looks like they didn't even take any damage. They didn't even have to use any heals there. Team Alliance tried to make something happen, but they're still alive, right? They still have 1 member that could potentially play spoiler. Let's see if FLC can kind of do the same exact thing that we just saw Team Alliance do and that we just saw WLG do.
There is also a world with this one bouncing back and forth a couple of times more that we might actually not see a decode take place in this game. We're down to 6 minutes 20 already, and if the timer of the match goes below the decoding timer, the game isn't going to continue just for the sake of the decode to take place. No, the game is going to end before the Mandelbrick gets decoded. So there's a world where no one gets out of this game with a Mandelbrick, and honestly, I mean, with Alliance and how they're feeling right now, that's probably what they're hoping for. The fact that, well, we might not get it, but hopefully neither of the other 2 teams get it either.
Yep, could be something to potentially play for there. We'll have to see if Grind goes ahead and tries to play around it, but pressure is starting to be applied here just on the timer itself as we're down to just 1 minute and 40 seconds. They really like this position from Oko. Unfortunately for him, it would be a whole heck of a lot better if this was just a straight up 3v3, but that solo still being alive is actually playing absolute preventative to this exact location. And as I'm saying it, Grind peeks out and picks up Oko. So unfortunately for WLG, they're going to be left down to just a duo remaining. FLC are trying to go ahead and apply the pressure now, but it's just shots through the smoke. And Saloa almost actually dies through the smoke. Unfortunately enough for him, 1 singular more shot does not land. He's going to stay alive, but the decoding station is still in possession of WLG. FLC, they got to jump on it soon.
Alliance are able to get the rest up on 1, I believe. Grind is carrying him back to safety. This is going to be absolutely huge. There might actually be a world where Alliance has something to say in the outcome of this game. Still 50 seconds left on the decode, so plenty of time for them to get the rest on up, get healed on up, and get ready for a fight to come. It's a 3v2v2. That being, of course, if he can get the rest, and it seems like he will, this would be absolutely huge for Alliance. Easy back on his feet.
FLC, go ahead and secure the Mandelbrick here for the time being. That being said, it's important to note the res that came out for Team Alliance, it was on the Easy, who has that So take a close look at whether or not we see that come into play. FLC, they're still trying to go ahead and fend off the duo of WLG. The route comes in, though. They're swinging simultaneously, but the net is in from the Gizmo. Can the last remaining member go ahead and find the value? He jumps over to the angle, but he can't land the shots. They're so low. Selling just a couple of more bullets, and you can take out 2, but he's going to go ahead and fall now. And FLC, they're so so low. Team Alliance now, they're starting to go ahead and revamp here, trying to go ahead and join the fray, but take a look at the HP bars for FLC. They're back to full HP. I think the time might be running out for the duo here.
Yeah, they're going to have to make a run for it now if they want to make anything happen. That is for sure. Easy with the Orm in hand. If he can find an opener, making it a 2v2, that would be huge. Still waiting for some of the utils to get back here on the side of Alliance. You can see the Toxic ult not ready just yet, but if he can find an opener, maybe bait the attention down towards Grind, open up an angle for Easy to take the shot with the Orm, making the 2v2. There's a world where Alliance comes out victorious here.
I wonder if Grind's just going to run over to the coding station and steal it to apply some pressure.
It could.
Yeah, I think with the EMP, they're kind of landing in the smoke onto the coding station. They are indeed going to play for that, but it's a little bit of a bait because they want somebody from FLC to go ahead and peek on the back foot of Easy, just holding the angle. But FLC are kind of playing this one perfectly. They're not overextending at all. And that being said, I think Alliance have given them too much time to go ahead and reset their position there. That being said, the Mandelbrick is kind of stolen back. Keep a close eye on that counter. And yeah, it's all said and done now. Easy on the back foot of him having the he goes down. Soloa finds some great shots, and the flood comes in from FLC. Jax goes ahead and picks up Grind. And that's going to be every single team wiped off of Brakkesh here. And FLC are the last one standing, and plenty of time to go ahead and secure the Mandelbrick.
Absolutely incredible round for the Frenchmen. Let's hear what they have to say. Focus. That's fair. The good thing is, I mean, not good thing, but the thing is, we know. I don't understand what they're saying, but we know that there's no one left. They're still playing this one very careful and for good reason. Should we tell them?
Sure, we could tell them, Toby. Hey, you guys are fine, man.
Guys, start looting. You're chilling. Maybe they're just really scared of Prometheus. Maybe that's what it is.
All right, FLC, man. Let's go ahead and I'm going to actually take a quick look here to see how they kind of performed in some of their previous matches. It does look like they went ahead and picked up a Mandelbrick before, so no surprise to kind of see them returning to, you know, kind of playing some sort of strategy around the Mandelbrick. But incredible to actually see Team FLC pick this one up, because remember, FLC were actually the team that took out #1 in the building just offset before that Mandelbrick initially spawned. So they were kind of playing around it from the get-go, right? And they end up being the team that secures it in the end of things. So great to kind of see FLC play for it from the start all the way to the finish, and it ended up working out for them. They also were able to go ahead and pick up the there. We saw them kind of loot it, and I think there's going to be plenty of time for one of their members to go ahead and run towards this backpack extract, which is exactly what we're going to be seeing Soloa do now. And with them kind of securing the in the first Mandelbrick, when we jump over the Space City, man, I feel like these guys are going to have a big advantage.
Oh, big time. Big time. Huge start for them. But overall, I mean, in terms of the lobby as a whole, I am loving the aggression we're seeing today. It is night and day in comparison to what we saw in the last 2 days. Alliance, of course, being very aggressive early on, but Genius joining them with it. FLC now up there as well. Also loving the fact that we saw with WLG, them coming out, getting the kill down towards the tower on the south side, and then engaging up north as well. While they didn't succeed, still love seeing the aggression out of them, as we do get the extract, the solo extract up in the north. So for good measure, pop a couple of pieces of util just to get yourself locked in, and there you are. He's gonna get extracted with 12 seconds left in the round. Cheers galore for the gang. I love it. Absolutely love it.
The claps, man, the smiles. Dude, listen, I keep mentioning it, and we mentioned it as well. The player cams have been great, right? It's an opportunity for us to see the emotion and kind of see how invested they've been. But we're on like day number 6 here, and there's been what feels like almost no emotion sometimes from some of these guys. But FLC finally showing us what we want to see, man. Some fist bumps in the air, some claps, some smiles across the board. That being said, it is kind of short-lived as we're tuning into their reactions now. It kind of lasted for about 10-15 seconds, and then like, all right, let's go ahead, let's lock back in, because we still have plenty more to play for.
Exactly, that's how you want to do it. Celebrate the wins, but realize that there's a lot to fight for here. 6 kills, the break, and an arm. I mean, what more could they possibly have gotten out of this round?
Incredible efforts from these guys. And you mentioned, what else more could they have gotten out of this round? The I mean, obviously, we made a point of that earlier on, but I'm telling you, that thing is going to play a big part of what they can kind of do in some of these later rounds. 6 kills there for FLC. The Mandelbrick and Saloa picking up 3 of those individual kills, makes it out as the only player on the entire map to go ahead and extract. That being said, WLG and Team Alliance, remember, these 2 teams were kind of in the mix towards that Mandelbrick as well. Sure, they went ahead and picked up a pretty good amount of kills, 5 there for WLG and 4 there for Team Alliance, so it's going to help them out on the leaderboard, but they failed in securing that Mandelbrick. WLG selling here with 3 kills of his own grind, and Saloa actually tying it up there, so some actual great individual performances across the board here from multiple teams.
Big time. Definitely. Also, just, I mean, the amount of aggression that we're seeing out of teams today is fantastic to watch. They know what's there to be fought for, and selling, while he had a tough day 1, he's coming out really with a great start here in day 2.
Assist as well, kind of flying in here, 3, 3, and 2 for the likes of Saloa, Oka, and Easy. No surprise to see the assists kind of flying in for some of the teams that were in the mix, and of course some of the teams that were kind of picking up a majority of the kills. But the top asset earners here, actually, I mean, we see Chuba there, 1.3 mil. That's on the back of them finding the IFE and tower, and Nast also picked up a couple of res, kind of keeping those safe in the 3x3. But Saloa, a majority of this value that we're seeing up here in first place is, of course, going to be that and as a quick note, he's also going to be our MVP here. He himself getting 3 kills, 3 assists as well, and then making his way out of that extract, kind of being the breadwinner of Brakkesh, if you will.
Huge impact player on literally all the kills they were able to garner. That is incredible. Against Saloa, formerly on the road to be signed with the other French players, Nox being one of them on his roster of the past, and now, I mean, sat here with this team, and I mean, there's a reason. There's a reason they're picked up by the likes of FLC to go out and make big things happen, because they sure are capable.
Indeed, they are. Well, listen, we know how this format kind of works. We jump into a Mandelbrick here in game number 2, but then we take a short break before we jump into a plethora of the Mandelbricks. Game number 3 is ahead of us. We're going to be jumping into Tide Prison and giving all of our players an opportunity to kind of pick up some of that economy. Let's give us a couple of minutes before we go ahead and jump into Tide Prison. We'll be right back.
Pick up 2 members. Now the odds are in their favor, 2v1.
Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little. So hang on a second, NL. Look at that! It's an absolute sweat.
This. And LG's got it though. They're here. Lines them up, even through the shot here and nuts. The last remaining 3 BOB, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's gonna be hopping out for that.
Got the Mandelbricks. Find and stop them. Mandelbricks decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
I'm not gonna do very much. Though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Down, and there it is.
FLC clan off to a great start here, netting themselves the first Mandelbrick of the game, getting themselves the Orm, getting themselves 6 kills, and nothing more with it, because there really wasn't a whole lot more to be claimed at all on the server. Still, you've seen the smiles on their faces, but we're back to full focus mode as we go over to Tide Prison. Well, except for Koi, he ain't here.
Yeah, we'll have to see kind of how this one pans out. Let's go ahead and take a look at the breakdown here. FLC, as a quick reminder, they pick up the Mandelbrick, and they're actually the team to go ahead and pick up the most amount of squad points as well. So a great effort from these guys. They're surely going to be towards the top of the overall leaderboard. Team Alliance, 12 total squad points, 7 kills so far, so they're doing good. But we don't want to see something that we had happen yesterday, right? A team that's kind of picked up the most amount of kills and the most amount of squad points, but if they falter in securing a Mandelbrick, then they cannot compete with the likes of teams that do. So FLC are going to be sitting pretty comfortable towards the top. But for the rest of our teams, I mean, I want to see team number 1, of course, pick it up, a team AGARTHA. Remember, team AGARTHA are kind of that team that you mentioned. Sometimes they have a good day, sometimes they have a bad day. So far, unfortunately for them, it looks like they're having a little bit of a subpar day.
Yeah, it's not the best start for them, but of course, still plenty of Delta Force left to be played. Well, I say that there's also a world where we only have 1.5 game left. Should FLC Clan be able to go out and net themselves the Mandelbrick in Space City as well. But outside of that, potentially still everyone can come out victorious here as we are getting ready for Tide Prison, a map that, despite everything being very close quarters, and you thought that kind of be an invite to a lot of skirmishes, but especially what we've seen so far, in my opinion at least, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, it's also the map that tends to play with the least amount of kind of conflict between teams.
Yeah, very slow map, and it's just on the back foot of everybody opting to pick operators that kind of favor that type of play. So, I mean, we're going to see a bunch of knocks here. We're going to see a bunch of hack claws. I mean, we even saw it on Friday and Saturday. We saw it back-to-back because we saw Mandelbrick Addiction play. They had actually brought in, like, this double Allura comp with a Morris. So, just a bunch of operators that can kind of find you some information around the map to make sure that you're going to be kept safe on some of these rotates. Because, again, you mentioned it. Everything is so close quarters. It's very, very hard for you to have the information necessary to kind of just run around the map and actually look for some of these fights. That being said, the way that our first 2 games have gone between these 2 specific groups clashing, I actually have high hopes for this Tide Prison. I think we are going to get a lot of action here today.
Yeah, I agree. I hope so, at least. I mean, we did get, I say we don't really get any action. We did get some yesterday. It's just, it's so separated. It's so difficult for other teams to engage in, again, because of the corridors and how the map plays out. But it will be interesting to see exactly how things are going to go down as we take a look at the spawn predictions. Here we have, of course, the tier spawns of the previous round. Alliance got themselves a tier 1 spawn. So did number 1, so they won't be able to get them here on Tide.
Listen, sometimes it's not about all, you know, the tier 1 of spawn that you get. Because look at this team FLC. You can see them on Brakkesh. They got that tier 3 spawn, but they were the team that kind of walked away with the Mandelbrick. Of course, I feel like some of our teams would prefer to actually not get a tier 1 spawn here going into a Tide Prison, because if they do get that tier 1 spawn, they essentially cannot get it going into the first Space City of the day. And I feel like the tier 1 spawns on Space City specifically are kind of just a little bit more valuable than, I mean, obviously unlike Tide Prison and Zero Dam, because, I mean, yeah, it does kind of net you access to some early loot. But at the end of the day, you want to just be playing for those mana bricks. And if a spawn can get you closer to a mana brick early on, then that is exactly when you want to go ahead and use it.
For sure. For sure. We'll see what's going to end up happening. Of course, also worth mentioning is, I mean, the AI, the computers, the bots, the scams, whatever you want to call them, they can be dangerous across all maps. But I feel like on Tide Prison in particular, the Warden, Raven, all those guys, they pack a bit of an extra punch. We even saw Prison Guard get himself a knock yesterday, so we'll see if maybe they're the ones that are going to initiate fights should the teams opt not to try and fight one another.
I have to see kind of what our teams opt to go ahead and bring in. Remember, the comps are probably going to be pretty similar across the board. I'm expecting a bunch of knocks, so that way those ultimates can kind of be used. And we've actually seen a lot of value be found out of that disc that Nox has as well, right? It's done a great effort of kind of securing some of the last hits, some of the last bit of damage that some of our teams needed to go ahead and secure some of these kills. But an early kickoff here for Scooby is he is going to be finding the first red. It's just a caviar for now, 170,000. But this is exactly what I want to see, because in week number 1, we had a Tide person that went absolutely crazy. So many reds were found, and that is exactly what I want to see again.
And then I came along, and then we don't get any.
Yeah. Thanks, Toby.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, we have had a couple of IFVs and whatnot, so I feel like it's not been completely quiet as we are potentially seeing the very first fight here. Had that door not been closed, that was very, very close for Genius to take a full-on brawl against AGARTHA, I believe, just on the other side.
Yeah, Hannah actually threw that disc that I was just talking about. It bounced off of the door after it got closed in his face and did some damage to himself and almost took him out there. So you got to be careful. But it looks like we're going to be seeing a fight actually happen all the way over on the other side of things. It's going to be FLC going against Team Alliance. This is over towards the cells area. And look at how far Alliance are from one another as it currently stands. I mean, these guys were nowhere near in close proximity to go ahead and help out Grind, as his body is going to be pretty in the open there, and that little bit of a choke point. So a hard one for Easy and Lynx to kind of work around. And by the way, they're both going to be on Nox.
This is going to be a tricky endeavor for sure. Try to lob down some utils, see if you can get your teammate back up, but can't quite find the angle to get a hold of him. So we'll have to back off immediately thereafter. And again, I mean, we saw Alliance play the same split as you're referring to. We saw them do the same thing on their first day 2 days ago, but they just were never contested. Where here, again, I mean, I feel like all the teams are coming in playing on a with a bit more aggression, kind of firing on all cylinders here. And FLC, I think, kind of caught Alliance off guard with this push.
I think both of the Noxes from the likes of Team Alliance just popped their ultimates. They were trying to make something happen, trying to make a little bit of a rotate, but the more so it kind of is dropped right there from FLC. So they know the general direction of where these Noxes were at, because it does provide the information. That being said, that kind of scan that comes through, if any noise is made, of course, that's not going to play a part if the Nox ult is actually popped. But it looks like Team Alliance have decided to go ahead and just concede the body of Grind. Unfortunately for him, he's going to have to go ahead and watch this one out from the POV of his teammates here. So already one of our teams down to a duo, and I mentioned it, Toby. I feel like we were going to see some early action. We've seen some early action in terms of kills and some reds. We see the Crockett kind of coming in here for Oko.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get even more with it. Hannah now trying to wrap around. Has Easy just up above, so potential angle should be able to continue the flank around here to get into that engagement. And Hannah just solo running around, getting looted on up. Now joined up with one of the teammates, Jins, I believe it was. Kilo still holding down below.
A little bit of a rotate here trying to be made by Lynx and Easy, but they have not made it necessarily too far. A great shot here of Warden, who kind of lays in wait, waits for that contract to be activated. I think that's about a minute and some change before that one can actually go ahead and be picked up. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that. But the safe supplies contract is being completed. And this is where you would typically love to see bulk. Some of the reds kind of fly in, but an absolute donut there in terms of the amount of reds that they were able to pick up.
Hate to see it. Hate to see it. As Alliance now, again, I mean, trying to get back to Grind seems like it's a not gonna happen sort of things. FLC is defending that position very successfully. Now he will be off the map, meaning he won't be resable. And Alliance forced to play with 2 for the remainder of this one. They are closing in on both AGARTHA and Genius, though. So, all being 2, they're still out looking for opponents.
Things have quieted down quite a bit, but we're kind of seeing the game plan here for a lot of our teams. Just kind of going around, swiping some of those key cards, trying to find some of those reds. I think our red counter now is only up to 2, so I think my hopes and dreams have been absolutely crushed here, and hoping to kind of see a rain of reds, as I like to call it. Team Genius are playing a little bit ratty. Looks like they're just interested in keeping control over the computer hack here in the center, which a lot of teams actually like to go ahead and play like this in some of those public matches that I'm sure everybody at home is used to kind of playing around here. So We'll have to see if they can kind of make anything happen with that. But yeah, all of our teams are kind of spread out amongst Tide Prison, just looting up. And before you know it, everything that can be looted will be looted. And our teams will then go ahead and turn their attention to potentially finding some of these kills.
It goes quiet for a bit. At least we got 1 kill, which is more than can be said for Tide Prison last time around. It was like, I think we were down to 6 minutes before the first engagement between 2 teams came through yesterday. So at least here, Alliance tried to make something happen. They didn't succeed in doing so. But also look at the value of teams. We got 4 teams at +1 mil so far. Of course, no guarantees they're going to all be able to bring it home. As a matter of fact, there's a good chance they won't. But at least everyone getting a little piece of the pie early on, I guess, with the exception of Alliance.
Shout out to Easy and Lynx, by the way, because we kind of knew the position that they were at earlier on. They've actually made their way across a little bit more space than you would have imagined they would have. Remember, they were all the way over in cells, and they've made their way to the center of the map here, underneath of the computer hack, kind of playing around this little bit of a medical area, which will give them a bunch more opportunity. Now we're going to be seeing FLC go ahead and jump into a safe supplies of their own. And Toby mentioned it. Give us a red, man. That's a Seahorn. That's not. Oh, that's not it.
Come on. Yeah, a bird. He said sarcastically. What is it with us and getting good stuff this week? I feel like while we have seen a couple of IFVs and whatnot, it's been very lackluster when it comes to the valuable loot.
Not the best. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen in here to see what our teams are kind of talking about.
Ouais, bah j'ai des shots là-bas, de ce côté-là.
Ping.
Je peux pas, on est brouillé. En dessous du 2e I de administrative.
Ok. Ouais.
Prends la quête. S'il te plaît, elle a été prise.
Yako's multitasking, trying to play the game and fix his curtain at the same time. It's not easy. I think I also heard someone say administrative, which I could only imagine is administrative. So there's that. That's the French that I caught off of that those voice comms.
I think Yaku's dealing with a little bit of heat wave of his own. He's just opening the window. He had the fan kicking in the back.
Yep.
That was circulating around. So he's definitely feeling it, as we do know. A lot of people around the world, man. Heat waves all across the globe.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, we've made it through 8 minutes of Tide Prison so far. 2 reds and a single kill. Looks like the Warden contract here has been activated by the likes of Team AGARTHA. So for the time being, Warden's going to be on their side. Eventually, kind of Raven will join in on the fray, and there'll be a big battle amongst the scavs. On the back of them kind of activating this contract. But what a lot of teams like to do is once they activate this contract, because they do have these scavs on their side, they like to use it as a little bit of information, right? Send these scavs out. You can't direct where they go, but you can kind of hear and just listen to see if they start shooting at anybody. But doesn't look like there's going to be any teams kind of close enough to do just that, as Team Genius are kind of just tucked away once more in this computer room where the hack would be necessary. Selin is laying in a, I mean, what is that? Like a bin for laundry?
I was going to say laundry bin. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oko's looking back. He's like,
I mean, if you've ever watched a prison movie, that's how they escape. They jump down the trash chute, or they jump down the laundry chute, and then they go out with the laundry. That's how they do it. So these guys know what's up. Selin knows exactly what's up, as he now forgets what's up and jumps out. Oh, wait, no mind. He just wanted to swap over to the other one. There you go.
Number 1 are actually going to be completing that contract that nets you access to that supply drop that can give you the or the M82. This time around, they got the M82. So we'll have to see if they can actually make their way out of Tide Prison via an extract. I mean, yeah, in the prison movies, the extract might be the laundry bins, but not here on Tide Prison on Delta Force, as we see Yaku actually go ahead and pick up a BCD. Unfortunately for him, yeah, it's going to be worth 1.5 mil, but that thing is a 4x3. You can't tuck that thing away in the 3x3 safe box, so they have to extract. if they want to make the most out of the value they've been able to find.
I came up with a, according to me, really good idea yesterday, which of course, if I think it's a good idea, then it probably isn't, but hear me out here. In order to force teams to fight more on these air supply rounds, you cannot have a safe box on air supply rounds. Imagine the pressure that everything you find could potentially be lost when you're playing air supply rounds. Would also make it that much more valuable for the teams that do come out victorious in those rounds. Is that just a crazy
that
idea?
would result in less fighting, because then you would feel the pressure. You wouldn't want to lose all the loot.
But you also had the chance, when you fought another team, of getting everything they got.
That sounds like a giant snowball waiting to happen. Like if you went out on Zero Dam and you're like the only team to extract like 10 mil in loot, then you just kind of win the rest of the games because everybody else got 0 and you got 10 mil.
Yeah, there is of course that. That's why I'm not the one that makes the rules. I just have the pleasure of casting. But hey, what better than a little podcast as we see Raven jumping around being crazy downstairs. We'll see what happens here. Down to 6 minutes 40 as we're still creeping further forward here. Get the VIP room opened up. See what's inside. A cutlass. Oh, nice.
Looks like Warden is going to potentially go ahead and win this battle. Some shots are still being traded. The scouts are actually going to be joining the fight. Heck it. If we're going to be seeing a fight happen, why not cast it over the two bosses on the map? But somehow Raven is going to be picking up the final shots with the help of his mates there. Great work, Raven. Great job.
Good job, bro. Good job. Raven is actually fairly dangerous. That revolver packs a punch, so gotta be careful if you go fight him now. Back up to full health. So we'll see here, Matthias. Slowly moving further forward as again we're quieting things down here. Okay, let's do some speculation, Vivid. How many players do you think are gonna extract this round? Give me a number.
4
players. Okay.
I think we'll send one out through backpack, and then I think we'll have a full team make it out through the helicopter extract, that static extract on the south side. I doubt anybody's gonna go ahead and actually I was going to go ahead and make the point that I didn't think anybody was going to hack the computer because I thought Team Genius were still waiting in here, but they actually left. So FLC have actually jumped in and hacked the computer successfully. So now the switch can be pulled. It might end up being more than 4 players with this extract potentially being pulled now.
Let's see if they end up taking the power switch or not. As the helicopter at least has been started early on. Activated. We'll see if anyone opts to make a run for it or if they end up fighting one another and thus not getting down there in good due time. And Alliance, the only ones to take casualties so far, did so very, very early on, and off of that also haven't gotten any loot since. Still sat at 10k to make matters even worse. There is Raven finding links. I was talking about it just moments ago. He packs a beefy punch with that revolver. Here he finds one.
That was going to be onto links. So unfortunately, they're going to be cut down to a solo with Easy trying to go ahead and run around. He was just taking some shots from behind. That was going to be WLG. You can see a couple of our teams here, all 5, have jumped up into pretty much multiple millions. Team Alliance are still at 10k.
Yeah.
Because again, you mentioned it. They got cut down to a duo quite early on. We'll have to see if somebody goes ahead and opts to pull this switch. Not a lot of time remaining on that one as Jax goes ahead and finally takes out Raven, which was probably pretty easy for him to just land a couple of shots because Raven was quite low. And take a look at that. Raven is going to be picking up 1 kill.
He got
onto
a point.
links, man. Yep, he got a point.
Can we please add Raven to the leaderboard? I'd appreciate it. Honestly, it's a bit dangerous. They'd probably make top 3 by the end of this tournament if we catch it for all groups. As Chin's here. He knows he has Oko just over on the other side. But we'll play this one safe as they lobinate over bulletproof glass. Not going to connect with anything, and Chins runs off.
If I've learned anything from watching a couple of these games, it's that a couple of our teams are not as interested as they thought they would be in securing some of those sniper rifles. Because remember, that M82 is in hand for number 1, and they have not opted to take it over to the backpack extract. But here we go. Team AGARTHA, they're trying to make their way over to this static extract. It's just Yaku, actually, from the likes of Team AGARTHA that made his way over here. And you got to imagine he probably had that BCD, so they're probably going to be getting out with a couple of mills secured there by just sending him out. So a single member makes their way out here, and we'll have to see if the 2 remaining members of Team AGARTHA that were left behind can make something happen.
Now we just need 3 more for your prediction to come true. We'll see if it's going to be the case or not, as the last remaining Alliance member is trying to make something happen, and it won't be Scooby finds him. As wait, what? Oh, Scooby takes him, but he got taken down by the disc after. That's what happened. So Alliance will be eliminated.
Well, Alliance tried to make something happen. Unfortunate for them, as Team AGARTHA go ahead and find actually the second airdrop that has been unlooted for quite some time now. It's going to be a gold bar in that, and probably a couple of golds as well to kind of get them up to 4 mil. We'll have to see what that number actually says at the end of things. Oko is trying to make one of these allure rockets go ahead and land. As a quick reminder, one of his teammates is down, so he's trying to just go ahead and fend off some of the pressure. The res is going to come in, and Scooby is going to be back on his feet.
Yep, importantly so. Nice little pathing there from Kilo. Great flying with the bird in there. Not able to get a whole lot of info with it, though, as Chins does get the first one. Nice angle. Sometimes gets taken down, but he wants to go over and help. Has to try and hold this door, make sure that no one is able to push through it. They do have to knock on the backside, though, so maybe there's a world where they go aggressive on their own. I think they will.
I mean, this is everything to play for now, as Enter is actually trying to fend off pressure from the other side of things. Now they're in a big pinch here. 2 teams on each side of them. Chins is going to be running into this little bit of a room and finds the second kill there. And then Hannah jumps in as well. And that's going to be NBO wiped off the map. And all 3 of those kills are actually going to go the way of Team Genius. That being said, before number 1 went down, they actually knocked one of the members of FLC. So Team Genius are technically in a 3v2 right now. But obviously, they're not going to know that as some of the pressure starts to come in from the other side, as WLG are looking for the angles now.
Huge goal. Oh, sorry, 2.4 mil pickup off of the eliminations alone in that fight there. And then you got the loops follow as well. Great stuff coming through from them. As Selen is trying to defend this position. Not going to happen. Akko is there to trade, though. Finds one in return. Has to back off as he's down to low HP. The 3rd player on their team now coming in to join this party. Scooby is there, trying to see what he can do, as Akko does get Chins down with the Incendiary.
Worked out great so far for Team Genius, as they're going to be picking up their 4th kill, but you still see that WLG and FLC are trying to make something happen, and amongst all the chaos, the 2nd member from Team AGARTHA has actually made their way out via the backpack extract, and that's going to be Nast. Still, all the pressure kind of being applied here over towards this conference room, and what? Jax just lands back-to-back headshots, and WLG have been wiped off of the map instantly, but he took too much damage, and Hannah's going to go ahead and find the damage necessary with a disc, but there's only a couple seconds. You got to run in and get the kill. Oh, the match timer. Oh, I think he did.
Oh, yeah,
I saw in the top right.
Jax again. Jax again. Cheers on the faces of FLC, man. Gets himself a triple kill at the very last moments of that one. You see Hannah a little frustrated. They weren't able to get more of it. They got the initial knock on the fight to come, but then they pushed in. And it became a bit too much for them to muster. WLG as well, frustrated off of what could have been a greater round. But again, I think for the most part, I mean, tight pressing is kind of a write-off, of course. If you're AGARTHA, you got yourself a lot of value off of the round there. Got to extract with 2 as well, and some good money to follow, I'd imagine. But if we have the best team on the round, is actually going to be Genius off of the 5 kills they were able to garner.
Yep, I think all 5 of those kills came in the last 2 minutes of the map. But hey, if that's what it takes to be the best team on Tide Prison, that is what it takes. And these guys are not afraid to go ahead and play for some of those winning strategies. So they did a great job there. 5 kills for them, 3 kills for the likes of FLC on the back foot of Jax, picking up all 3 of them, which is probably why we saw him kind of cheering right there with his emotions. And listen, I'll just go ahead and say it, man. Jax for me has been kind of the MVP of the day so far, just based on the fact that he has been very, very eager to show off some of his emotions after they have kind of played so well. And take a look at this. Indeed, he's going to be our top killer of Tide Prison up there in the first place spot with just 3 kills of his own.
FLC coming in strong today with something to prove. They want to come out victorious in this whole thing. And right now, they're making a good run at it for sure. They didn't have the greatest first day. I mean, they finished off in 3rd place, 19 points total. I believe they're probably at that point already, if not surpassed the 19 points total in this one. But they weren't able to get a single Mandelbrick on Friday. Here, they already have one.
Indeed, as we go through some of these other individual performances here, the top asset earners, I'm not even going to look yet. I can almost guarantee it's going to be a couple of members of Team AGARTHA. And indeed it is. Yaku, of course, taking that helicopter check to the south. And Nast taking the backpack out. The only 2 members to actually extract from Tide Prison are, of course, going to be the biggest asset earners there. But Chins from Team Genius is actually going to be our MVP. I don't agree with this. Listen, I already mentioned it. I wanted it to be Jax. I mean, Jax with the emotions, man. That alone should have had it up here. But Chins, man, 2 kills, 500 damage, a couple of 100K in assets earned from him. And Team Genius, man, they got those kills in the last couple of minutes, which is why we see them as the best team and kind of netting themselves an MVP there as well.
Exactly, but with Tide Prison out of the way now, we are headed into must-win territory as we go over to Space City next. FLC clan already got themselves a Mandelbrick on Brakkesh just in the previous round. So there's a world where if they get the first one here in Space City, that's it. That ends the weekend for EMEA. Of course, still plenty of America's action to come, but there is a world where we finish it after Game 4. And coming into the weekend, I would say, nah, never gonna happen. Yesterday we finished Game 5. The day before we finished Game 5. I mean, there's a world where FLC goes out and do this.
We'll have to see if they can make it happen. But before we jump over to the Space City games, where all of the mana bricks are going to be captured, a lot to be said for all of our other teams. Can FLC end it early, or can one of our other teams bounce back? Before we jump into all of that action, we got to give our players a moment to rest. So we'll be right back in just a couple of moments.
2 members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1.
Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweat!
This. And LG's gotta know that they're here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're a nut!
For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's gonna be hopping out for that.
My name is Arsen, my nickname is Nefasto, and it is very important to pronounce it with Nefasto with an S rather than with a double T. And my role on the team is a coach and team manager of Team Genius. I can't remember the precise day I got into the game. I already knew about the game from one of the streamers. So basically, I started first season, I skipped the beta, and I started the first season, like I think in the end of it. And from season 2, I'm playing full time Delta, and still looking for enjoying it. I'm a team manager and a coach, and my nickname is Nefasto. But my team, the following players: it's Hanag, his name is Arman. Then we have Kilo, Sarhat, and we have Chins, Maxim. We have been playing a lot since like season 2, maybe all together mixing up. And now we decided to make a team to move further and a bit further. I would say that our lineup was changing during the times as like in Delta Force, usually you find a team and you play with them most of your time. and we were sometimes switching the players between each other. But I would say our squad, I would say not a trio, we used to play a lot together, and now we're just bringing in more professional aspects to our team. I would say that something that makes us different from others is that technically we're not considered to be even in top 3 teams in this tournament. However, I know that all my players, they are capable of winning everyone there, like individually, and now we have to perform very good as a team. First of all, I'm proud that it is a team and not a mix, because everyone knows in esports that it's 2 different terms. We're still working on some other aspects, but I'm proud of them still developing despite playing a long time together and keeping the same lineup. Our goal for this tournament is first of all to reach the finals. It is our goal number 1. And during the finals, we are expecting to try to reach at least top 3 of all the teams that are there. But it is a very competitive tournament, and the teams that we have against us extremely good. So I think we will all enjoy also this show.
The enemy got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator. The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator. Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not going to do very much. Oh. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
It's time for Space City, and so far only one team sits in match point position. That is FLC Clan, with a chance to end it all here in game number 4. Alliance were the ones that I think thought they were going to be in that position with how aggressively they played for the Mandelbrick over in Brakkesh, but they fell short. Now they fell even shorter, had arguably one of the worst possible outcomes happen to them over on Thai Prison. We'll see if they can climb back in the race here, with FLC Clan still solidly in first place.
Yep, doing quite good in terms of the Mandelbricks, of course, as they've been the only team to secure one so far, and the only round we have had a Mandelbrick. But they're also doing good on those squad points, as they would be at the top regardless if anybody were to go ahead and capture a Mandelbrick. But Team Genius in second place, man, and we actually heard it there during the break, right? That little bit of an interview from the coach and the sub of Team Genius, Nefato. He was like, listen, man, coming into this, it feels like, you know, we're not necessarily regarded as a top 3 team, but he feels like that all of his players that are actually on the team, they know their potential, they know how good they can play, and so far they have actually proven that they are, in my opinion, a top 3 team without a doubt. But you kind of saw the breakdown there for the maps that we're going to be jumping into. Space City for a majority of the rest of the day. If we make it all the way to game 7, we could potentially go to Brakkesh if we make it all the way there. But our operator picks an early investment from Team Genius and Team Number 1 in terms of picking that Tempest on Brakkesh. It didn't work out for either one of those teams in securing the Mandelbrick, but they tried, and that is exactly what I like to see on a map like Brakkesh.
Question then becomes, because we saw Gotaga do the same thing yesterday, question then becomes whether they save their second and final Tempest use for maybe around 5 round 6, or if they pop it already here. I would love to see them go for it here, because them doing it on Brakkesh tells me they have the aggression, like, you know, like they have the mindset to go out and say we can win it all early. Do it here again, because I mean, you never know. Who knows? Maybe FLC Clan does win this one, and then all of a sudden you're saving your Tempest for nothing.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And you're kind of talking about investments in terms of those operators, as we do go ahead and take a look at the potentials for some of the spawns, some of our teams. But you're talking about the operator investments here. I'm going to go ahead and see if Team FLC actually goes ahead and invests in terms of bringing in the that we saw them kind of extract with on Brakkesh.
Oh yeah, one more break giveaway coming up now though. As you can see on screen, a redeemable code for 1,000 Delta tickets. That is on your screen now. Redeem it as quickly as you can. This one only has 15 redemptions, so get it in there as fast as you possibly can and net yourself some extra tickets.
1,000 Delta tickets, definitely worth trying for. So hopefully you guys at home go ahead and secure that. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Again, giveaways throughout the days here, so be sure to go ahead and stay tuned. But we're going to be jumping into now probably everybody's favorite portion of the competition, Space City. And the reason why this is everybody's favorite is because just Mandelbrick round after Mandelbrick round after Mandelbrick round until we have a winner. FLC are the only team that can kind of end this thing early, and I'm looking at the gear that they have. It is going to be all gold armor. I don't know if I kind of saw the in one of their hands or not, but they're going to be trying to go ahead and land some of these utility lineups to prevent WLG from making it through the west gate. They're trying to land some of the shots in the back of them, having the marksman rifles and just spraying through with some of these LMGs. But WLG are fortunate enough to go ahead and make their way through the smoke, so they're going to be safe for now.
Yeah, we'll be able to cross on over, get safely inside on the other side. Also love the fact that FLC weren't full tunnel vision on Westgate. You had Starladder like multiple times look towards the northeast, because we have seen it before as well, where the team that starts Dormitory, they're so busy shooting at Westgate that a team comes crossing from the central command building and actually takes them out. So smart awareness on the side of FLC clan to not just fully commit to the Westgate play, but also be ready for a potential push come through the other side.
Oh my gosh, early aggression here from the likes of AGARTHA and WLG. A couple of trades coming in. That's going to be Yaku winning that one out in terms of picking up the kill and then also finishing the kill as well on that knocked player. Fortunately enough for the likes of Team AGARTHA, their member is still able to go ahead and be res. So the res timer is just going to be a little bit shorter for Team AGARTHA, which means that they're going to be able to reset faster and potentially apply the pressure here onto the likes of WLG. Will they play for it? We'll have to see. Now, the information is actually into it, but you ask the question, what's going to be the operator choice here for a bunch of our teams? 5 Tempests across the board, which means that Team Genius have actually used their second Tempest here, but team number 1 opted to not bring in their second Tempest, and oh my gosh, selling.
Wow, I'm sorry, I just completely cut you off for that one there from the seller. Absolutely deserved it. What a quick flag and a headshot, taking out great hold of the ankle and finding him instantly.
Great shot there, but some of our teams are distracted, so it's going to go ahead and give Alliance the opportunity to go ahead and pick up the Mandelbrick. But take a look at the top right of your screen. WLG, they press the advantage, and unfortunately for Team AGARTHA, they're down to just 1 member remaining. But it's Nast. Be careful. This guy is not easy to take down, but the 2v1 does come in, and Oku is going to go ahead and secure that. WLG, I thought they were going to be at a big disadvantage, but they go ahead and recover it, and they pick up 3 early kills.
Good job on their part. We'll see if maybe they can get their fallen player back up alive as well. Should be possible. I think they're actually going for the rest as we speak. So should be able to get their fourth back in the game as we go for the... Yes, okay. They are going to commit to it. Gets into the decoding station. Now set up and ready for this one to play out in the Black Chamber.
I did see as well, Team Alliance, our team that, of course, has current control over the Mandelbrick. They invested as well. Obviously, we know they brought in the Tempest, but they also brought in a bunch of gold armor. So they go ahead and decked out their members here. They want to go ahead and make sure that they secure a Mandelbrick at least a single time throughout the day. As you can see now, all gold armor in that bottom left-hand corner. All right, Black Chamber is going to be the center of attention for pretty much the rest of the game. But it begs the question, what are FLC going to do, right? Our team currently at the top of the leaderboard, our team that could end this thing early. And finally, I do see it. Looks like Kobe does have that I think that's the symbol of the there in his hand. And yes, indeed it is. And 3 shots still available for these guys to try to make something happen.
Here you see the replay of Sillin. Of course, he does see him through the bulletproof, but still, oof. Yaku did not live to tell the tale, and then we get the other one on the backside of it. Nast, you can see a little desk slam there. Frustrated, of course. Again, a team that won in the previous week, but also finished dead last. So they've been on both sides of the board. Unfortunately for them, here on their first play day of week 2, it looks to be not that great a day for them. Of course, still with a chance for that to change.
Team Genius, it looks like they're going to try to go ahead and get an early steal over towards this Mandelbrick. But it looks like some of the utility is going to go ahead and fend off their Tempest for the time being. So they're going to be shut down in that regard. His Team Alliance went ahead and just flooded for the defense of the Mandelbrick. So still in control, which is kind of a small win for them. If you go ahead and deny one of the team's Tempest from actually gaining access to this coding station, they have to wait like 2 minutes before they can try that again. And I mean, the code timer itself is almost already down to 2 minutes. So before Team Genius can actually go ahead and try that again, there will only be about 30 seconds or maybe even like 20. The difference maker on the timers of that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it's going to be a stall, or at least a little bit. And now we're down to the debate we've had the other couple of days where we haven't really seen a whole lot, if any, Mandelbrick contesting at all. Of course, today has been different already, but let's get a quick listening to Alliance and see what they have to say.
Was ist noch so?
Geh erstmal aufs Regal.
Wir hatten einen Black Chamber.
Ja, wir hatten einen Black Chamber. Also von hier. Ey, sorry. Gut, dass du alle im Raum.
So wie wir es gesagt haben.
War nicht bei 1 Minute Close gehen?
Nein, auch nicht dann. Also das können wir nicht gehalten. Das kriegen wir nicht gehalten.
Du musst hinter den Tisch kommen.
Well, my French is not existent. My German exists, but very slightly. And I believe what they're talking about is, you know, just kind of feeding info across one another, trying to figure out exactly where their opponents are getting closer towards them. If they heard anything, no, they hadn't. And well, for good reason, they haven't heard a whole lot, but they soon will.
FLC finally make their way to the center of the map. Is it going to be just a little too late? We do hear some of the Tempest ults being activated. With only 45 seconds remaining, Team Alliance are trying to go ahead and defend this one, but surely one of our teams is going to go ahead and deny them from just getting a straight up 4-minute capture over towards this Mandelbrick. The team of number 1 is trying to go ahead and approach from upstairs from this CEO office. On the back of them, applying a little bit of pressure from up top. Team Genius have now opted to go ahead and run in from down low. And with just 20 seconds remaining, I think there's going to be plenty of time for them to go ahead and seize this one away.
Yep.
Some of the utility is going to deny it for a couple of seconds, but not long enough to make it decisive. All right, Team Genius now have control. And again, remember, Team FLC, with they making their way over towards the center of the map. The longer this goes on, the more and more it's going to play into their favor.
I don't really, I mean, honestly, mind this play from Alliance whatsoever. They're kind of the ones to get to decide where is this going to go down. And also, they lock themselves into one of the best positions to play aggro out of once they do wish to go for the steal themselves. So in doing this, while they do lose the Mandelbrick decode for now, hopefully for them, there's going to be a whole lot of fighting. And then by the time they go, you know what, okay, they've taken out each other enough, now we can start engaging, then they come in and join the party. So we'll see when Alliance determines that it's worth for them to go out and contest. But I really like the idea of setting it up the way that they've done here.
This is going to play a little weird, though, because it's not often we see 2 teams try to approach from the CEO side, which is why we see NBO, they kind of found where the WLG are above them. So they're just trying to flush to a little bit more of a calm layer here, which is why they kind of run down the staircase and they try to look for some sort of a different position over towards this Mandelbrick. And they've done a great job of kind of rotating throughout all of the chaos here to kind of keep themselves alive. And as a result of that, I think they're going to go ahead and gain access to this Mandelbrick. I will go ahead and mention that FLC, our team in first place, they made their way to the middle, but once the Mandelbrick was actually stolen, they ran back across in bully plashes, and now they're actually opting to go for Eastern Suspension Bridge. So they're actually going to be playing on the bridge that looks directly in to the front of the Black Chamber building. So the position from NBO right now, if they do go ahead and play towards the front of that building, won't be too long before they're in the sight lines of FLC.
That's true. Still plenty of time on the decode here. Still at 2 minutes 35 and then some. As NBO playing it slow here, clearing everything angle by angle. And now just sitting tight and waiting as well. It is a waiting game here once more as we're getting close in on 9 minutes on the overall match timer.
All right, WLG are going to be the team that's trying to go ahead and make something happen now. As you see, their Tempest Vault is going to be activated. It's still going to be Team Alliance sitting in the rim directly above the Mandelbrick, but it looks like Selen is going to try to land some shots onto one of the members of Team Alliance. He does land a couple through the smoke, but it's not going to be enough to make anything happen. The Tempest Vault just does a little bit of damage, but now it's effectively going to be canceled out. Great job from Team Alliance to go ahead and fend off the push there.
Definitely. Definitely. And also kind of funny that Alliance are the ones defending the position, given the fact that they're not the ones in control of the decoding taking place right now. But yeah, I mean, definitely a one Tempest denied. We'll see what more comes of it, as everyone is here kind of fighting for it, except for FLC. I am curious if FLC, when the timer gets lower, is going to join in here, thinking they can win the whole thing in Game 4, or if they're just going to say, you know what, we'll happily play round 5 as well. We've already got the first Mandelbrick. We know that we were guaranteed to get one more game in, at least if we don't win here. But even then, I kind of wish to see FLC at least try and see if there's an opportunity available for them in trying to contest this.
I think Team Alliance are going to go for the brick now themselves.
Yep.
But the reason why some of these steals have been so easy is that nobody has actually tried to defend the Mandelbrick. But team number 1, they're all here. They're ready to defend it as Easy tries to jump through on the back for the disarm, but Enter just peeks. And yeah, because number 1 are actually in a position to go ahead and defend this, the steal now has been thwarted from the likes of Team Alliance. Now it's going to be all up to one of the other 3 teams, right? WLG, Team Genius, Team FLC. Can you guys make something happen to kind of prevent this? 40 seconds. Number 1 are in complete control.
Yeah, FLC actually making their way over in this direction now as well. I was saying it just before. There is a world where they're going to make a big play here. Just 30 seconds left on the decoder. NBO, the ones in control of it for the time being, but all teams on the server are within proximity of the decoding station. So look for some big rolls going down here as we get down to just 15 seconds left on the timer.
Not a lot of time to work with here, but it looks like Team Genius, Kalo, has actually jumped onto the decoding station on the back foot of number 1 being under a lot of pressure. All right, our match is going to be extended by at least another 2 minutes and 30 seconds here before somebody is able to secure the Mandelbrick. And somehow, some way, amongst all of our teams kind of joining in on the fray there, nobody actually got knocked, but Team Alliance are trying to apply the pressure. WLG are going to be the receiving end of this. That's going to be Scooby going down, but Selen returns the favor, but Grind does the exact same. So now Team Alliance, they have the numbers advantage. It's a 2v1 for them, but the opportunity is there for them to go ahead and reset, and that is exactly what they're going to do. They're going to pick up the body, they're going to take it upstairs, and they're going to be getting this res in.
Exactly, and doing the flip side of that, I mean, WLG very limited what Oko will be able to do now in trying to contest for it. As we see, they're all put to full use there. Kobe, that is a helmet torn off the head of Chins.
It's those type of shots, though, that sometimes feel a little bit wasted because it's pretty obvious that they cannot actually get the kill there because Hannah's close by. So the res is going to be coming in. Now, keep note of the ammo count for the likes of FLC because they're down to just 2 shots available now. But amongst all of the chaos, team number 1 have regained control of the Mandelbrick. And remember, this is kind of the team that is playing on this direct layer. Lynx, though, trying to prevent Team Genius from kind of making anything happen. And Team Genius, this duo is actually kind of stuck in this corner back here.
Yeah, it's not easy for them to really go out and make anything happen from here, especially not as long as Alliance is holding them down. But for Alliance as well, they this is like the one angle they're actually in danger from. As I say that, Enter does come in, find the first one. Link's now gone down to Genius as well, so dangerous double peaks coming through, and Alliance losing 2 because of it.
One of them was, of course, the Tempest, though, and with the Stingers still alive for Grind, the rest is going to happen quite quickly. So Alliance should be fine and back to a 3-man roster before too long. Team Genius are going to go ahead and take this opportunity to get out of the corner that they've been in, but Kilo is actually going to make something happen onto 2 members of NBO. Enter and Cook are now down, and only a solo left remaining from the likes of NBO. That's going to be Matthias. He's trying to make something happen, but just the knock onto Hannah before he's able to be taken out. But take a look at this. Our team in first place has now joined the mix. They're directly next to the decoding station, but nobody panic as the decoding has been interrupted for the time being. But FLC, they jump onto the decoding station in only a minute and 30 seconds before they potentially end things here in game number 4.
And this is exactly what I was referring to before. They're setting up close here. They want to wait for some of all these teams to get bruised a little bit, battered of all the fights they're taking with one another. We have 2 full teams eliminated already. We have WLG down to just 1 player. Genius lost 1 as well. And FLC now deeming this be the perfect time to engage, and great time it is.
Love this from FLC. I want to see them kind of invest everything into this. I mean, you guys are a minute away from just winning the competition outright.
Yep.
You've guys got the gold armor that you really haven't had battered at all because you haven't really been fighting. You have the as well. I want to see it here. You got all of the utility in hand as well, but take a look at this. Team Alliance, they kind of just jump onto the mana brick.
They get it.
And they are allotted the space to go ahead and do just that. So Grind steals it away. FLC, man, I want to see you guys invest just a little bit more, but the cross from Grind, it was so dangerous. A sliver of HP is the difference maker there. I think Kobe might have landed the shot, but it might have been a limb shot.
Yeah, toe tap comes through as he jumped over, able to survive that one. I think honestly, had FLC got a full-on knock on Alliance there, they would have made an aggressive play off of it. But let's see now. We can only have the decoding change hands so many more times in this game, because look at this, we're down to 3 minutes on the match timer as a whole. If it gets reset below 1 minute 30, there will not be a Mandelbrick having taken over in this game. So interesting to see with just 4 teams left alive what's going to happen here. Also for WLG, whether Oko will actually end up having impact on things here, or if he's just going to be proning it out until the game's over.
I think Oko actually just had the biggest impact ever. He just took out one of the members of Team Alliance by laying down in this corner in this back room. So Team Alliance, the team that's kind of been in the mix, stealing the mana back and forth, is now just down to 2 members remaining, and Oko is still alive all the way in this back corner. Of course, he is eventually going to be flushed out as the shots were way too easy, but Team Alliance now, they have to go ahead and reset. They have to get their 3rd member up, and this is just going to go ahead and allow FLC so much time to work with. You can see Kobe, he's going to actually get aggressive with the Tempest now to go ahead and try to prevent this res, but the shots aren't there. Lynx, he goes down. He wasn't landing the initial shots, but he goes ahead and follows up with some great shots there, and Kobe's going to go ahead and reshape, but Team Genius are trying to go ahead and join in the action now, but they are quickly met with the likes of Solo, who's going to land some of the headshots, but Hannah jumps in, Kalo jumps in, and so does Team Genius. FLC, our team in first place, are denied their 2nd mana brick, and now Team Genius with the opportunity to win it.
This looks very much like it's going to be a Genius win. They were the first ones, or the second one, the first ones to steal away the brick, and now they might be the ones to claim it, unless if Grind, if Grind waits, if he waits another 10 seconds, at least they can deny it from the opposite side, but he wants it all. He wants the win for himself. They're going to take the steal, I think. Yes, indeed they do, and theoretically will be able to do so, but if it gets stolen from here on out, it will not be possible for anyone to get it home. So all Genius can do now is deny Alliance the pickup. They won't be able to win it for themselves.
But the numbers are there, right? It's a 2v1. Hannah is chopped down to just a sliver of HP, but he's trying to go ahead and make something happen on the back foot of Grind, going very, very low. But Grind isn't at the time to go ahead and fully reset. I mean, in a 2v1 here, you gotta feel like it's gonna be absolutely impossible for Hannah to make anything happen. All Team Alliance have to do is deny Hannah from jumping onto the coding station. He was making a run for it, but he's chopped out early. That's gonna be easy, picking up the kill there. And Team Alliance pick up the Mandelbrick.
Let's get a listen in.
Geht nicht, geht nicht, 40 Sekunden geht nicht. Min-Max. Alle looten, noch schnell. Alle Buddies looten sofort. Oh mein Gott, ey. Munition entleeren, eigene Waffen entleeren, alles entleeren. Alles entleeren. Oh, leck mich. Ist das krank, Alter.
Stark, Jungs. Oh mein Gott, Digga. Ich hab so gekackt auf den...
Was, Bruder, was? Ja, warte mal, was, Bruder?
Das ist krank, hab ich geschissen, Alter.
Oh mein Gott, Alter.
They're having a laugh. I absolutely love it. Oh my god, this is sick. This is sick, and they called it very quickly. Everyone's dead. Loot as fast as you can. We even heard them say min-max, min-max, min-max. Like, they want to get as much as they possibly can out of the last couple of seconds they got in the round. And my, oh my, Alliance. They won on their first day, and now they're set at match point here as well.
Great job there from Team Alliance to constantly be in the mix. I mean, they were the team that, in my opinion, were just involved the most. I mean, they were constantly stealing it. They were the team that was directly above that decoding station, constantly, you know, sending Grind in, even on the Stingers sometimes, to go ahead and secure that mana break. But listen, the cadence was there, and whatever, you know, was kind of coming through for the comms for Team Alliance, you know, the backpack comms were coming in, the res comms are kind of coming in, loot as much as you can. But at the end of the day, I mean, of course, you want to make as much out of it as you possibly can, but getting the mana brick is going to be enough to make that one worth it for Team Alliance. 5 kills, 1,500 damage, 1.3 mil on assets gained, and of course, that mana brick has been decoded now by a second team here on day number 3 of week 2.
keep in mind as well, Alliance did win the whole thing in their 5th game of day 1 on Friday, and well, they have a chance to go out and do exactly that again here as they come out with 5 kills, 1.3 million assets, and the brick. Very reminiscent of the Brakkesh round that FLC had moments ago, just literally getting themselves everything they possibly could off of a round like that.
Team Genius, though, actually walk away with the most amount of kills. We saw them up there with 7, and that's why they're going to be kind of owning this top 3. Hannah, Kalo, and Chins. All of Team Genius up there with 3, 2, and 2. Some of our top damage dealers, though, it's not going to be all Team Genius, even though they got the most amount of kills. It's actually going to be Team Alliance. And I mentioned this. I mean, these guys were constantly in the mix. They were constantly fighting for the Mandelbrick, which is why it felt like they really did deserve it when they ended up picking it up there in the end. But some of the assists as well, no surprise, it's going to be going to the 2 teams that, of course, picked up the most amount of kills in general.
Yeah, Grind playing absolutely incredible this game. He has been so aggressive on the side of Alliance, really a dangerous player. Not only that, is he dangerous, but he's also the guy with the quickest hands, able to find himself 600,000 worth of loot in the end of this one. So overall, great game for Alliance, an incredible game for Grind, who will also be your round 4 MVP.
Yep, great work there for Grind. I mean, this guy getting the MVP, getting the kills, getting some of the damage done as well. I mean, it's crazy stuff, right? He's playing the Stinger as well. This is not the operator that you would kind of imagine to find so much value in some of the kills and some of the damage. And again, I mentioned it, they kept sending him in for the steals as well, Toby. So this guy was just doing everything.
Oh yeah, absolutely incredible player. And again, I love the fact that we're getting to see some of these teams time and time again in the world. In the Rise League here, because they're really not only getting to show what they're worth and getting to show what they're capable of, but also creating fandom game by game. Everyone now getting to see, oh my god, these guys are actually pretty good. Believe you me, their Twitter accounts are going to be boosted up with followers over the course of the next couple of weeks as we hop on to a brief break now. We've got more Space City coming, FLC and Alliance at match point now. We'll see if either of them can win it in game 5 or if we're continuing all the way through to match 7 today. But first, a brief break, and then we'll get ready for more Delta Force coming up.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1.
Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little solo. Hang on a second, NL. Look at that, it's an absolute swing.
This, and LG's got it over. They're here, lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts.
For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's gonna be hopping off that.
got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator. The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first hit to bring up the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around comes around.
Not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Much damage, and there it is.
Alliance joins the Matchpoint Club, and if you're Solo and FLC clan here, you've got to be a bit worried. They were all smiles just moments ago when they were the only ones on Matchpoint, but now Alliance are here and they're looking as dangerous as ever. Grind really popping off in that previous game. As we take a look at the leaderboard now, seeing what I could only imagine, yes, is in fact Alliance on top for the time being, Vivid.
Yep, great work from these guys there. Remember, if you're tied in Mandelbrick, the tiebreaker kind of goes over to the squad points. So the fact that Team Alliance just have more squad points than FLC puts them towards that top spot. Team Genius, by the way, a surgence in their squad points after game at number 4. They're just on the back foot of them picking up 7 kills in that game specifically, is of course going to be putting them in 3rd place. But again, we're kind of seeing a similar performance to what we saw out of Team Gotaga yesterday. A team that has the most amount of squad points sits in 3rd because they don't have the Mandelbrick. They're not actually going to be able to contend for that top spot. So look towards Team Genius to kind of start to play around that Mandelbrick.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, we did see them kind of playing around it. They were so close to kind of winning out one of those final battles against Team Alliance for that actual Mandelbrick. Also love to see FLC trying to go ahead and play and invest everything into securing it right there to kind of end the competition early, but they weren't able to do so, which is why we're going to be going to game number 5. Now, 2 different teams can kind of end the competition early here, Team Alliance and Team FLC, but these Tempests are already running out for some of our teams. Just Team Genius, though.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? Genius, they invested the Tempest into the Brakkesh round. Then they went so here again, and now still yet to get a Mandelbrick. They don't have any more Tempest left to work with. So all they can really hope for, I mean, of course, you can theoretically easily, or well, not easily, but you can theoretically get a Mandelbrick win without a Tempest in your arsenal. It just makes it that much more difficult. But I guess what they're hoping for is making it all the way to that round 7, and then potentially netting themselves one there. Because so far, with the squad points they've gotten, if no one gets the double break and they get one for themselves, there's a good chance that they can come out victorious in the whole thing.
Yep, without a doubt here, and obviously we're going to be interested in Team Alliance and Team FLC and where they can kind of spawn in this game. I do see FLC in contention for some of those tier 1 spawns, but unfortunately for Alliance, because they got that tier 1 spawn in just game number 4, they cannot get it in back-to-back games, so they're going to be denoted over to one of those tier 2 or tier 3 spawns. That being said, they're not necessarily out of the race for the Mandelbrick just yet, so we'll have to kind of see how they play. But I would imagine we saw 5 teams have the potential to kind of bring in the Tempest once more. I feel like all 5 of those teams should probably invest it now. With 2 teams on match point, you don't want to leave it up to chance.
For sure. Just saw Genius on screen there for a second. They're loading in with full goals across the board. So despite not having a Tempest to work with, they're still investing everything they possibly can in to try and secure themselves the brick here in this round. A lot of purples on the board in this match, as we see. AGARTHA trying to make the cross on over here, but Alliance actually not really too eager to try and take them down. They're looking the other way, but they're looking over towards Genius instead and trying to cut off their cross, but can't quite connect with the shots.
Super scary, right? Some sniper shots kind of raining in towards your rotate. Any one of them could have potentially landed if the lineup was proper. And take a look at this, though. All 5 of our teams that could have brought in a Tempest did just that. Of course, we're already seeing Team Genius without a Tempest, as they have already used up both of them, kind of coming into game number 5 here. And it looks like Team Genius and Team number 1 are going to have early access to at least the center of the map for now.
Yeah, we'll see if they take full advantage of that in taking the brick as well, or if Chins just casually jumps down, yoinks it, and runs off.
Wow.
Huh. That was uncontested.
A team without the Tempest just ran down and stole it anyway. I mean, great shout to Team Genius here to kind of make something happen. But this is actually where it gets super scary for all of our other teams, because when a team doesn't have a Tempest, they usually have a lot of defensive utility. But take a look at this. Team AGARTHA, they're trying to make something happen early on. They didn't even want to let Team Genius put this into the coding station. Unfortunately for them, though, Team Genius were just way too close to it to actually go ahead and make anything happen in terms of preventing it. All right, Team AGARTHA, you guys have put yourselves in a great position to go ahead and contend this. Will you make anything happen, though? 10 seconds, by the way, before that Tempest ult comes online for Team AGARTHA, and that might be what they were waiting for. But you gotta be careful because the angles are there for Team Genius, and Chuba's gonna be making a little bit of a mistake. He's gonna be running out in the open, and he's gonna be going down.
Such an awkward open position AGARTHA finds themselves setting, because as you can see, they want to take the fight, or at least look up towards Genius, but they also have to be so cautious of anyone fighting them on the backside of this position. So at least they're able to get their fallen player down and around the corner. Chuba should be able to get rest, but FLC are actually coming in from the south side here right now, and there's a good chance that AGARTHA, yep, they just got spotted by the arrow there as well. So no time for them to reset here, probably.
I mean, the information should be in. They only scanned 2, and since they're in such an open area, FLC are probably like, wait a minute, we only scanned 2. We would have surely scanned the 3rd if he was anywhere around. So they could kind of assume that they're potentially up against a duo. And this is really rough here, by the way. Take a look at Yaku on the Luna. His armor is down to what looks like about 1% durability. So he effectively is not wearing any armor right now. If he gets shot just a couple of times by some of these gold bullets that some of these teams have brought in, he will go down very, very quickly.
Yeah, so much for bringing gold armor into the game. You wear it for 2 minutes, and all of a sudden it's completely destroyed. Let's grind now, still with the bold action in hand. Try to see if you can get an angle on FLC over the side here. Would be a huge knock for Alliance if they can take down the other match point team, or at least just do some damage to them and getting info on where they are.
Also, all of this fighting is kind of going down as Yaku tries to make the cross here, but again, just no armor to kind of help and support him, and that FLC are going to be taking full advantage of that. And it looks like Kalo on the other side of things is going to go ahead and get the knock. It was onto a Tempest ult, though, so Nas is potentially going to be safe, but I think Kalo is going to go ahead and try to deny this one from coming in. Some of the shots did land, and Team AGARTHA are going to be wiped out early. They're our first team going down here in game number 5. But amongst all of this action that's kind of been happening, nothing's really going on towards the Mandelbrick. We're only down to just 90 seconds before Team Genius actually go ahead and secure this.
And I think it's big that Genius actually were the ones to get it early, because as we were saying, they don't have a Tempest. So in getting the play, like the decoding started early on, they don't really need a Tempest as long as they can defend, because look at the team they have here with Allura as well. They're in a good position to defend. They're 2 very aggressive operators to try and defend this position with plenty of util to boot. So not necessarily the worst players. Alliance do find Jax, the first one of FLC gone down.
Soloa trying to make something happen here with the utility. It is going to land, but I don't think it's going to do much. Lynx is kind of forced off the angle, but again, all of these fights that are going down, just helping out Team Genius so much. They're just capturing the Mandelbrick for free, but Easy is in a very dangerous position right there, especially when you're up against the likes of Solo. He's going to be landing some great shots there, but not enough to go ahead and make anything happen in terms of knocking any one of the players. And now the team of number 1, it looks like they're going to be joining the mix here, as is WLG, but the Tempest ult is going to be denied. What's going to be the answer here for all of our teams? Are we going to let Team Genius go ahead and capture this off the immediate decode?
There's a world where that happens unless if NBO has something to say about it. They get the Luna arrow over the top. They should be able to see absolutely everyone with it. Chins does go down. Kilo is there for the response, but they do lose 1. Down to just 18 seconds, though. If you want to go for it, you have to commit to it now. You see Hannah pretty much proning on top of the decode itself. We've seen that time and time again as Matthias now try to make the cross, but they know that there's a difficult crossfire setup on the other side, and I think this one is going to go the way of a Genius. This is going to be big because they're now surpassing both Alliance and FLC in getting this one. They get themselves a non-Tempest Mandelbrick win on Space City. That is not something you see too often, Vivid.
I mean, just great work for Team Genius. We
called it. For sure.
You guys got the most amount of squad points. Got to make something happen in terms of the Mandelbrick, and they're just netted the first one right off the rip. All of these other teams playing way too hesitant. By the way, I think the information kind of came in from team number 1 because when they sent their Tempest in, they got a knock, and they're like, oh, we just knocked a member of Team Genius. So in their heads are like, it wasn't a member of Team Alliance, and it wasn't a member of FLC. So if we kind of don't full send for this Mandelbrick, we'll play another game regardless. So maybe that was kind of the call play there from NBO, but they got the first knock. I mean, you guys had a 2v2 for a couple of seconds before your Tempest was able to go ahead and res, who would have eventually joined the fray. I feel like they could have made something happen, but now Alliance grind. Remember, these kills are going to start to mean a lot. 3 teams tied in the Mandelbrick category means that those kills are going to play a big factor on who comes out on top.
Keep in mind as well, Genius, they won their first match day in week 1. So they're already fighting towards the top of the leaderboard. We saw them, what were they, 4th overall coming into the day today, or 5th, I believe. And that's despite them having played a day less than all the teams sat ahead of them. If they come out victorious today with a double break and get 10 additional points, they're going to be soaring straight into first place.
All right, grind it easier, kind of pulling off this little bit of a pinch maneuver. It's not actually working somehow, some way, as Cook finds the shots necessary to relieve some of the pressure, but Grind jumps up and Enter finds some of his shots of his own. He's going to go ahead and roll and kind of go ahead and make Alliance pay for this one. WLG now kind of pop up and get one of the kills of their own. That's going to be on to Lynx. But Team Genius do the exact same thing as Kalo kind of jumps over. He picks up a kill of his own, but Selen returns the favor. That's going to be Chin's going down. Can they deny this res? Can they make something happen?
Yeah, WLG want to get some points over this one. They're sat very solidly, actually, when you look at the leaderboard in that 4th place position, because NBO and AGARTHA are both struggling to get points here today. So 20 points on the board so far for WLG, but of course, without a Mandelbrick of their own, that's really as high as they can go. Hopefully for them, they can get something going in the next match coming up.
Yeah, they know that the kills are very, very important here, so they're trying to go ahead and apply the pressure, but Team Genius, they want to play for the exact same thing to kind of establish their lead. Hannah finds the little bit of a creepy shot on the other doorway. He knew WLG was kind of pressuring the other door, so he's like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and peek out this one and find the angle. And on the back foot of Hannah picked up the first one. Kalo jumps in, gets the second one, and now Scooby's trying to make something happen. But Easy kind of assisting and keeping Scooby alive for just a little bit longer.
More points for Alliance and points deducted from the teams taking casualties. Important to mention as well, as Genius try to stay put. Try to get themselves some more, but they're still just covering the fallen players of Alliance, not really too eager to go aggressive furthermore. And now a 2v1. It's a swing of what we saw in that previous game where it was 2 Alliance players versus 1 on the side of Genius. Now it's the other way around. What can Easy do to try and survive this? Is he going for an extract with 9 minutes still left? I mean, we're only breaking down half time left, and we've got just 3 players left on the server. Talk about lack of aggression, Vivid. This is, I mean, pedal to the metal from start to finish.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to be watching 9 minutes of some awkward push and pull. I mean, EC, of course, is going to want to stay alive and kind of try to deny some of these extract, but if Team Genius are able to pull the switches and get out with all of this loot, I mean, that would kind of help them as well in terms of picking up some more points. Ooh.
It's only 1.4 so far.
Don't get caught out. Hannah got word. He saw him. He saw the little shoulder creep away. You guys got to make something happen now that you cannot let this res go off. The Allure rocket is going to be utilized as a little bit of information gathering. And I think he caught a quick glimpse of what the game plan here is for Team Alliance. 2v1. Can they make something happen? Ooh. But Easy is going to make this difficult. He lands one of the shots there. That's going to go ahead and make Hannah think twice. But the Molotov comes out. But the Molotov is actually where Easy went ahead and enacted those ropes from. So if he goes down right now, he's going to go back into those flames. But Hannah and Kalo are just taking this one slow.
Smart counterplay on the side of Genius there as we could dagger left on forward once more. They know exactly where they have him as they come swinging the corner. No more daggers left to be worked with. Got to go for the spray. Finds the first one, but that is going to be it. He will go down in the end of it. And Genius, not only do they net themselves the win, they also get the break and the final elimination there.
Oh,
Good round.
Couple of final words there. Pretty happy about how it went. I mean, 6 total kills, a Mandelbrick, and the opportunity to loot. I mean, let me do some quick maths here. We got 5 teams, 3 members each, 15 bodies on the ground scattered across Space City right now for these guys to go ahead and pick up. This might end up being one of the highest extracts we have ever seen so far throughout the Rise series. I mean, I can't specifically, I don't know the number, but with all of these like M7s that you can see worth they're worth like 700. You can kind of tuck a couple of those away into the backpacks. Of course, all of the ammo you're able to kind of pick up. Just all of this gear is going to be worth so much. So this might end up being like 10 mil in total for just 2 members kind of making their way out if they're able to go ahead and pull those switches, which I don't see a reason why they would not be able to.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. They should realize, too, that they're the only ones left alive. So playing without any fear here and just running around and getting looted as they go. This is going to be a huge round for them. I mean, it already is. They got themselves, what, 6 kills in the break as well. Now they're up by 10 squad points. It's going to be difficult. I mean, unless if you ever see an alliance and you actually manage to get yourself the double break, it's going to be hard to catch up to Genius here, especially if it goes all the way to round 7.
Ooh, little satellite there. Anybody at home jealous of this one? Of course, one of those
can get better. We'll see.
Reds required for upgrading your black site right there. So Hannah kind of picking that one up, just helping out there. Plus 500k, and again, still plenty of bodies to kind of be found amongst them out. I thought we were going to be upwards of like 5 mil for each one of our players. It looks like, taking a look at the inventory here, just kind of approaching 4 mil. So maybe my 10 mil total asset extraction was a little bit off in estimation, but we're even stacking the revolvers here. This is obviously a strategy that I employ in some of my pub games to make sure I make my extracts worthwhile. Kind of stacking all those attachments onto a single 2x1 is, of course, one of the most worth things you can possibly do.
Well, as they continue looting and moving on around, we'll, I mean, let's take a look at the board for a second. And also, you know what, as a matter of fact, let's take a replay here of some of the early engagements we saw. The first fight ready to come through for Genius and trying to defend this position. I feel like had AGARTHA gotten themselves into a better position to fight from early on, it could have had a lot more impact. They were up there very early on, Vivid.
Yep. I mean, Team Genius did a great job of kind of delaying that initial pressure, and then they were kind of helped out by all of these teams kind of battling at the bottom of ramp. And after that, man, they just weren't really contested because the other 2 teams that weren't at the bottom of the ramp kind of tried to approach from the same exact angle. And oh my gosh, Selin, he's hitting those marksman rifle shots today every single time. Great shots from him, and we kind of saw it right there, the last and final kill from Team Genius to go ahead and secure all of the loot on Space City. Just a couple of seconds remaining before they have to go ahead and pull that switch. Actually, they've already pulled it, as you can see, top left. 3 minutes remaining on that. As we take a look over towards Hudson, kind of just hanging out in his office, man. Safe and secure. No pressure coming his way.
Nah, he is the efficiency director. He's chilling. Chilling in his very humble abode. As we see here, a nice little golden helmet. One on the side of them. Completely busted, though. As you can see, Hannah G. All just running around without a helmet on, as a matter of fact. As they get ready for the extract to come. And what are they up at now? They just increased one number, so they found themselves 1 more million. Or at least went into the new mill, as they're at 36 points now. What more can they get out of this?
We'll have to see what the total ends up being here for Team Genius. But, I mean, listen, these guys are doing great. They've had a very good game number 4 where, I mean, they didn't get the Mandelbrick, but they got 7 kills that last game, right? They just picked up so many squad points. And then, of course, this one to boot where they're picking up 6 squad points just from their kills. They're going to get probably another 3 or 4, maybe even 5 more just from the amount of loot that they're able to go ahead and extract with. So a big swing of things in terms of just the squad points over the past 2 games for these guys. But then, of course, the Mandelbrick being the biggest contributor to where they'll actually end up on the leaderboard. So Team Genius, man, they are proven once more. I mentioned it. We heard it from the interview. The coach, their substitute player, was kind of mentioning in the interview, yeah, you know, they feel like coming into the competition, nobody's really regarding us as a top 3 team. Look at your guys now, man. They're doing very, very well.
Definitely. I still go down here, probably just stand around and salute each other for the next 90 seconds. Of course, there is a world where theoretically there could still be somebody alive on the server, but I don't think they're too worried. As a matter of fact, Hannah G is going to fly around just double checking, seeing that everything is clear as he blows up the bridge. More than it was blown up already. And there is Hudson dancing around. Just taking in the whole thing.
efficiency director. He's like, yeah, Team Genius, we're pretty efficient this one. That's awesome. Great job, guys.
There should be a button you could press when you're the only team left on the server going, do you wish to extract now? You have completed the round. And then they can go, yeah, sure, let's go. but of course, they are going to sit tight, play it safe.
We'll add that to Toby's wish list.
You know what? It is getting pretty long, this list, at this point. And by the time, if we were to, at any point, just give in to all of the ideas, this would be a very different game. And not for the better, I think. We'll chill for the next 25 seconds as... Of course, do want to remind everyone watching that if you are here thinking, oh no, it's going to end soon, I only just tuned in, well, good for you, because there's an entire evening's worth of America's action coming up later tonight. It is starting in, let me see if I can do math on air, 5 hours, if my math is correct. 5 hours from now, the America's tournament will be starting, where we will get to see, let's see, who will we get to see? We'll keep that in mind after this one is over, as we do now have this one come to an end.
All right, Team Genius, of course, going to be the big winners here in game number 5. A couple of our teams, specifically Team Alliance and Team FLC, they've had the opportunity. They've been on match point, but they were not successful in ending things early here. So now Team Genius have kind of joined them with having a Mandelbrick capture. We'll be going into game number 6 now with 3 teams on match point, but we've kind of already made it the distance, right? Game 6, potentially going all the way to game 7. These guys are interested in playing as many games as they possibly can. But of course, our best team here is going to be Team Genius. 6 kill points, 1,300 damage, and my estimation of 10 million. Can we call that close enough, Toby? I mean, I was only 600k off.
No, it's good. I concur. I think it's pretty good on you. 9.4 mil, the biggest extractor we've seen today. And imagine if Jins had actually survived the whole ordeal, would have potentially been even more.
Without a doubt, Team Alliance also kind of joining in on the mix with 5 kills of their own. Again, it's important for them to kind of continue to get kills as it is with FLC, because they got to keep themselves towards the top of the leaderboard in terms of those squad points to go ahead and contend for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place. Top killers, though. Team Genius, a couple of members up here, Kalo and Hannah in 1st and 3rd place respectively. And Team Alliance, Lynx there is going to be in 2nd place with a couple of his own. Top damage dealers, though, a couple of members of Team Genius once more. And Easy with 700 individual damage dealt. Great work.
Good job. Good job on him. We've been praising Grind all day for his capabilities. This time around, it's Easy for Alliance, stepping up big. And Hanaji, of course, as well up there in the top. Great on the assists, finding 3 himself. Kilo gets himself a double as well. So all of Genius out there delivering alongside one another.
Top asset earners, and to nobody's surprise, a couple of members of Team Genius that actually went ahead and successfully extracted right there. 4.9 million for Kalo and 4.4 million for Hannah. Again, all of that gear they were able to pick up is just worth so much, which is why those extracts are usually so valuable. Kalo there is going to be our MVP. He picked up 4 kills of his own. And as a quick reminder, Team Genius as a team as its whole, we're able to pick up 6 total. So him getting 4 out of the 6 there is, of course, going to be netting him that MVP performance.
Now we get to say something we have yet had the chance to say the entire weekend. We're going to match 6. It is actually happening. It has not happened yesterday or the day before, but now we get into what I think is, I don't know if it's the funniest, but the most interesting one, because now we're starting to see a lot of these operators depleted. I think there are going to be at least 3 of the teams that will have no Tempest lifts to work with. But hey, I mean, Genius got themselves a Mandelbrick just now without a Tempest at all. So maybe, yeah, all of them. No one will have them left remaining. So this one is going to be chaotic, and we're all forward.
Yep, cannot.
2 members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1. Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little... So hang on a second, NL! Look at that! It's an absolute sweat! This... And LG's got him, they're here! Lines them up, even through the shot, you're nuts! For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Helm's gonna be hopping off that.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first brick of the tournament. And they're going to do it.
What goes around, comes around.
Oh, I'm not gonna do very much though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. There it is.
We add another team to the Match Point Club as we continue this endeavor into match number 6. FLC, one of the teams with the Mandelbrick. Genius, another team with the brick. And then Alliance sat with the third, trying to bring it home here in round number 6.
Go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard, how it is looking now. And yes, sure enough, Team Genius have established a giant lead over the other two teams that have a Mandelbrick. Team Alliance and FLC have a lot of work to do if they want to go ahead and catch up and kind of win out on that tiebreaker. That being said, this is the thing that we love about the format. You see WLG #1 AGARTHA. Unfortunately for these guys, a little bit of a rough go at it so far. But remember, this thing could go all the way to games number 7, which means that we could potentially play 2 more games, which is plenty of opportunity for any one of these teams to go ahead and still pick up a second Mandelbrick. So any one of our teams can still win, and there are a bunch of shakeups that can still happen on this leaderboard. That being said, Team Genius, they got to be feeling pretty confident about where they currently stand.
Definitely. Even if they aren't winning, like let's say either Alliance or FLC comes out of wins in this very game, they're like 99% guaranteed second place. So really good performance overall from Genius, regardless of whether they finish off the day in first place or not. But as we're kind of alluding to, the opportunity to use Tempest completely gone. There's a lot of Morses gone. Luna has been depleted on 3 different rosters, but focusing in on Tempest. If you can't get Tempest, which, well, no one can, what is your best alternative according to you, Vivid? Like, what do you usually see teams replace a lack of a Tempest with?
We've seen D-Wolf a couple of times be used. Remember, it's kind of like similar situation where you just kind of pop the ultimate. You gain access to some mobility just because your movement speed in general is kind of increased, and then D-Wolf can as well kind of like slide around and kind of dodge some of these shots that otherwise you may not necessarily be able to. But yeah, I would expect to kind of see some D-Wolfs maybe in the mix here for a bunch of our teams. We'll have to see how this one kind of pans out. Who's going to be getting the opportunity to get a tier 1 spawn here? Team Alliance, a team with the Mandelbrick. Team FLC, a team with the Mandelbrick. And Team Genius, a team with the Mandelbrick. So 3 out of the 3 teams that have already captured a Mandelbrick have the opportunity to get a tier 1 spawn, which means that one of them is guaranteed to get it. What can they do with it, though?
Well, last game, we're at 9 minutes left. We were down to just 3 players. I wonder if it's going to be equally chaotic this time around, or because now that half the lobby has a chance to win it here, if it's going to slow down because everyone's been that much more cautious. Not a lot of golds being invested into this round. Genius sending 2 players in with it. Kilo and Hannah G able to lock in goals, but economy of course also getting depleted with every single round, as no one's really extracting here in Space City.
Team Genius have. Yeah, with 10 million. So yeah, they'll be doing very, very well in terms of not being limited to what they are able to kind of bring in. But here it is. We're loading into game number 6 here. What are going to be the comps here for a bunch of our teams? I am seeing a bunch of Alurus, a couple of D-Wolves, not necessarily as many as I probably would have thought about, but Team FLC and Team Genius are going to be sharing those tier 1 spawns. You can see FLC over by Westgate, Team Genius over by Employee Passage number 2. And then I also saw Team Alliance. They got that Central Command building spawn, which I feel like is a pseudo tier 1 spawn on Space 80, because you can also run directly into the center of the map with that spawn as well.
Oh, look at that FLC getting through. I saw the triple blaster being shot over, just missing its mark by a little bit. FLC was sat right around the corner. Had all 3 of those grenade hit on impact. That could have been an absolute huge start for AGARTHA to potentially take out 2 FLC players, but not quite to be, as FLC will make their way across. Everyone will, as a matter of fact, get their way on in. Desmolins will be taken down by Hannah G, as now, again, all eyes on the brick.
We're seeing it too. Team Genius, they brought in gold armor across the board. It shows that Chins isn't wearing any, but you got to imagine one of the members that made it out, Kalo or Hannah, probably bought him some armor to kind of help out in terms of the economy for him. But with the boss going down, Grind actually goes ahead and jumps on the Mandelbrick. We thought it was going to be a D-Wolf. It's going to be a Toxic this time around. There's a little bit of a gap in the smoke. Selwyn is not going to be quick enough this time, and this time early. We've seen him hit some shots throughout the day. That one, difficulty a little bit too high.
So for Alliance, it's the 3rd time they get to run off with it, as, ooh, nice little red helmet pick up there. Would imagine that it's going to be put straight on the head with everything to play for here in this round.
WLG, though, actually get one of their members knocked. The rest is going to be coming in there. And here it is, Team Alliance. They put the Mandelbrick into the decoding station. This is where things are going to get crazy. We have seen before, when teams do not have a Tempest, they are very, very timid. They are very, very scared to actually go ahead and approach these Mandelbricks, because the Tempest is kind of the center of the strategy for a lot of these teams, right? So when you don't have it in your hand, can be scary sometimes to kind of work without it. So what are our teams going to do to go ahead and answer this one from Team Alliance?
Also, we're at a point now where, are you content with the position you're in on the leaderboard? I mean, obviously, for Alliance, Genius, and FLC, you might be, just because you know that even if you don't win, you have top 3 guaranteed. But if you're below that, I mean, do you dare go out and make a play, potentially lose everything because you went aggressive to try and take this last break? Or do you say, you know what, screw it, we got nothing to lose? Like, if you're AGARTHA here, or NBO for that matter, might as well. I mean, I don't feel like they have anything to lose in trying to play it safe here.
I agree with you completely. But it'll be up to them on what they go ahead and decide to do. The pressure's coming out. WLG are actually making a great effort here to go ahead and flush out one of the members of Team Alliance that were trying to go ahead and defend this staircase. So great job from WLG to kind of make something happen early on. You could see Team AGARTHA over there in the distance. They're going to be on buoyancy. Now, there is that little bit of a doorway that leads out to this decoding station specifically. They're kind of close enough to go ahead and play around this one, but it looks like Grind kind of got a little bit of an audio cue there. He heard some footsteps, so he goes ahead and puts down that blinding smoke. The pressure's coming in. There's a couple of teams pinching Team Alliance on this Mandelbrick.
Let's see, anyone gonna make that move early on? Genius with a nice cross angle there. Not really liking what they're seeing. Continue to play it slow. A lot of util being deployed here as well to try and make some more space, but no one really opting to play aggressive forward. Grind single-handedly tasked with holding off the entirety of AGARTHA here.
All right, we're down to that 90-second mark again. Last time we got here, when it was Team Genius, just last game, Nobody was able to make any progress. That being said, I feel like that smoke landed by Chuba right there was probably enough, right? Force Team Alliance off of the angle entirely. All right, here it is. Team AGARTHA, you called him out for it. You wanted to see them kind of invest everything into it. Ooh, almost a mistake there as the leg started to get shot, but not enough shots go ahead and land. But WLG take full advantage of this one. Team Alliance are now under a lot of pressure from multiple angles. That's going to be grind going down. What can Easy and what can Lynx do to go ahead and try to recover things here for Team Alliance?
And they come in the swing the corner. They will get the flush onto grind as well. It's a big loss early on. Easy the chance to get the res up potentially, but for now, not quite the case. WLG all sat there ready and waiting, and you can see with how Alliance were positioned off of having put the brick in the decoding station, they were never really going to contest a potential steal. We saw them do this in the previous round as well, but they'll just want to be the ones that actually get it started. They want to be the ones to decide where it's going to be put down, and then off of that, they'll sit back and wait for a bit longer as AGARTHA now on the break here. Currently last place team would love to jump up into fourth with the break off here.
Yeah, without a doubt. Team Genius, the team that I feel like a lot of people at home are kind of looking towards to do something here. They sit in first place currently. They don't want to just let this mana brick go away because they don't know who's decoding it right now, right? It could potentially be Team Alliance. It could potentially be FLC. If that's the case, Team Genius would kind of be conceding that first place spot over to one of those teams. But after they've made such a great push towards the later half of this competition here today, you would imagine they want to play for first. They've got to play for first, man. You got to keep yourself steady on those group stage leaderboards.
Definitely. Definitely. See Chuba trying to isolate angles as WLG will be given this one for free. No contest in that one. MBO do lose one. Go be able to find Matthias. Flush will be confirmed as well, but we'll see. Potentially there's a rest to come, but a lot of teams taking early fights here.
WLG in control. Watch out for this guy. Selen has been known to land these headshots on the marksman rifle. Let's go ahead and take a look at the shots that Kobe was able to go ahead and land onto the unsuspecting likes of NBO. It's actually crazy. They only got one single kill out of this. You can see some of the shots were landed right after that onto Cook and Enter, but they couldn't go ahead and get the knock, unfortunately for them. Selen's got to be careful. The nade's coming in, and it does land.
Let's get him.
Chins lands a couple of perfect grenades on the Shepherd and actually takes out Selen. That being said, it's going to be very difficult for them to go ahead and secure that kill, but Hannah, as close as he is playing, they might be interested in playing for this.
Yeah, WLG, I think, try and see if you can get the res up as fast as you can, but you might have to concede the decode position, at least for the time being. We'll see if they actually up to play aggressive over this or not. It seems like they have kind of sort of given up the position altogether. Jaco does get taken out. That's Kilo finding him. We'll get the flash on him as well. So that's one of AGARTHA's players down early on. A lot of teams starting to take casualties. Only 2 teams currently with all 3 players up, and that's FLC and Genius.
I would have loved to see Team Genius actually play for the mana brick right there, because you mentioned it. With one of the members knocked, you could have just went to the decoding station, but a little bit of a mistake here from our team in first place. Hannah out in the open leaves himself vulnerable for the likes of Team AGARTHA. That's going to be Chuba finding him, but a bunch of trades are actually happening on the other side of things. Team FLC fully wipe out team number 1 off of the map, and another mistake from Team Genius. Chins goes down as well. That's going to be AGARTHA, Chuba finding another one, but Alliance, the duo, have kind of rejoined in on the action here. They're going to be finding one of the members of WLG, and now the team in current control over the mana brick. Scuba is left as a solo, and surely like he can't defend this, right?
This is all playing perfectly into the hands of FLG. They're FLC, sorry, I should say. They have not really engaged in anything yet. They have been chilling for quite a bit of time down on that south side towards the ramp, and just hearing shots being popped all over the place. They're currently just sitting back waiting for even more teams to take casualties, and then last second they will probably be running in, and you'd have to imagine that with 25 seconds left, the run is going to be soon. As Saloa able to find the first one, but only 20 seconds on the decoding here. Are they really just going to give it up for free, or is someone actually making a dash for it?
Surely somebody's got to go ahead and jump on this mana brick. They don't have the hindsight that we do, but there's only 1 member remaining from WLG. Just go for the mana brick, and you'll probably go ahead and secure that. Looks like AGARTHA are trying to go ahead and do just that. Scuba slides in on the D-Wolf. Remember, it doesn't matter if the timer hits 0 as long as they're just stealing it. And Team AGARTHA A big clutch there from those to jump onto the Mandelbrick, but now Team Genius, they've got to reset in. They rest Chins at least, so they're going to be a duo. And on the back foot of that, they're going to listen, hey guys, you remember us, Team AGARTHA? You just took out 2 of our members. We're going to take out 1 of yours. So now Team AGARTHA in control of the Mandelbrick, but down to just 2 members as well.
I'm baffled. It's the last place teams that are keeping this one alive. WLG and AGARTHA fighting for it, while FLC, Alliance, and Genius are just completely elsewhere doing other stuff. That is absolutely insane, with a last second steal as well. Huge move coming out from AGARTHA there.
I really like how you mentioned it a moment ago. Team FLC, it is seemingly playing right into their hand.
Oh, yeah.
They are the only team with 3 members remaining. And as I say that, my point is completely gone as Team Genius go ahead and actually find a res onto Hannah. So great work for them. They have now returned to a full 3-man roster, but 90 seconds remaining here to kind of make something happen. Team Genius is trying to make something happen. They hear the res going off. They're trying to deny it, and deny it they do indeed. Scooby's still going to kind of be left alive, and Team Genius have now turned their attention over towards this Mandelbrick, this Dakota station. AGARTHA, though, Chuba, and Nas, they're going to try to defend this one with their lives. They're in last place. They got nothing to lose.
Yeah, and Genius is most definitely going for this one as well. Nas trying to heal on up, get ready for this one to come. Still a minute left to work with, so plenty of time left on the clock here. I'm starting to think that maybe AGARTHA stealing this one away is actually just going to go against them, because now both Genius are back up to 3. FLC is coming up the ramp now as well. AGARTHA sat here, blocked up against the wall with limited options available. They're going to prone in towards the position still, but there's still way too much time left on the clock here. 35 seconds. He has to run off the position, just making sure no one's able to steal it as they do make a run for it. Hannah G, I think, might be on it for the time being, and indeed it is, has been stolen away from Genius.
Yeah, but Team Genius, they get chopped down. 2 members go down. There's only 1 single member left remaining, and he's actually the one on the Mandelbrick directly. But on the back foot of him, picking up the Mandelbrick, he's able to go ahead and find a knock of his own. But Scuba is going to be having the nade in hand. That could do enough damage, but it's not going to land. Scooby trying to make something happen here. Selin is kind of trying to crawl to some little bit of a safe place. FLC are once again kind of winning the war of attrition. They are the only team left alive as a full 3-man roster. That being said, Team Genius could potentially make something happen here. If Kalo was about to go for that res, I was about to scream, because I was like, there's no way that you go for this one right now. But I think he was actually trying to do that little trick where you pick up the body and kind of jump away with it. But it looked like it failed there. All right. What can FLC do? You guys, listen, you guys got the armor necessary. You guys got the numbers necessary.
This is riding itself up to be a win for them for sure, with how they're pushing up right now, taking this position. Look at this on the points total. They're sat so far behind Genius, but they could win the whole thing with the double break come through. 45 seconds still on it. They will get this for free. We're now down to the minimal time of reset at 1 minute 30. Every time it gets stolen from here on out, should it get stolen again, it will reset up to 1 minute 30 time and time again. And FLC now, who has anything in him to go out and contest? Is it going to be the 2-man of Alliance trying to flank down around the other side? Oh no, it's the AI actually going to give up their position. I thought for a second the bot was going to give up their position.
Oh no, but Kalo from the flank actually finds Lynx, and on the back foot of that, Sloa finds the shots from ramp. So the solo from Team Genius goes ahead and takes out, or basically falters the efforts from Team Alliance. All right, Team FLC now in control. They've only got WLG to kind of handle, and a solo from the likes of Team Genius, but all of the utility is starting to rain in from the likes of WLG, and it lands. It's perfect. Kobe is going to go down on the back foot of that. What can Jex do? Can FLC kind of answer in any which way? WLG have already jumped on the Mandelbrick, and they're starting to decode this thing.
Gonna have to jump off this position. Jex has taken down. So does Saloa, and just like that, WLG out victorious against the 2. Now it's just Kilo left alive. Is there a world where this young man gets a 1v3 and a win? Now keep in mind, there is one player, Chins could theoretically get rest, but his bleed timer is practically down to 0, and he's almost down on top of the brink. So that's like never gonna happen. This is against, like, this would be a highlight of the year if Kilo makes this happen.
Do not be too surprised. These guys have shown before that they can do some crazy things. He's got the perfect weapon for it, by the way, right? 75 shots to kind of work with. And oh my gosh, like a quick scope with an LMG, lands some quick shots there, but the nade is probably going to do enough damage to make him think twice. The toxic ult does land.
15 seconds.
And the nade comes in. It does so much damage. But Kalo, with 10 seconds remaining, is he going to just go for the dash? Yeah, he is.
No
He's going to go ahead and jump onto the Cody station. Kind of delay things here from WLG. But he's got to heal, right? And he's got no armor left to work with. I don't even know if WLG knows that this is just a solo kind of playing around with the idea of making this happen.
No way this is happening. Also, keep in mind, there is a world where no one gets away with it. If it stalls for long enough that it goes sub 1 minute 30 before WLG steals it back, then no one gets out with a Mandelbrick here in round 6. Oh, position is exposed. They see now that there's just a solo player on this backside here. Shots fired. Connects on the first one, but has to reposition immediately thereafter. Now they're going for the run. There's a little bit of an angle where you can see him. Just one more bullet needed to connect in order to take him down. It will reset once more. Unfortunately for Kilo, not going to be able to hold on to it. And now has to go back and do the impossible once more in a 1v3. How is he planning on making this happen?
You gotta imagine, man, he's just like, I wish I had just one teammate up right now, because the amount of damage he's been able to do as a solo, just a little bit of help probably would have been able to pull this one off. But the numbers game is just too strong when it comes down to having 3 operators available. I mean, so much utility, so much firepower. Let's go ahead and jump into the comms here and see what these two teams are thinking about.
Kilo almost able to connect there.
Bottom. We need this snowbag too. He's still there. Bottom. He's running.
I'm outering.
Copy the brick, copy the brick. I'm gonna running him down.
Okay, I'm copying.
Nice.
Copy brick, 10 seconds. I think you can go, you need to go sell an instant no back.
No, I don't have gold. I can run, but yeah.
Just run.
Good round for WLG as we get our 4th team on the board. And look at that, WLG off of being sat down 4th place. They jump up into 2nd place now off of this win. And should they be able to extract here, it's going to be even better with it. Just 50 seconds to work with, but should be plenty of time for Selen to get out.
You can hear it. WLG trying to make the absolute most out of this one to code the Mandelbrick, so that way they get a couple of extra alloys there to boot. Then they're also constantly thinking about sending somebody out through this backpack extract. Again, it's all about the economy game. They want to make sure that they stay healthy in the back, so that way they can kind of go into game number 7. Where we going the distance here, Toby? Make sure they go to game number 7 healthy and fully geared up with this one. Yeah, I can't believe we have had a Mandelbrick captured in every single game, and it has gone to a different team every single time.
Absolutely mad. Absolutely mad that we're going all the way here. And so many teams that had, I mean, the perfect opportunity to come out victorious. FLC feel like they really had it in their realms to come out and claim the win here, but not quite to be. WLG going to be our 4th team on the board. Whew, big sigh of relief for Oko. That was a hard-fought one. Remember, they were down to just Oko left alive, but he was able to get the rest up on his 2 fallen teammates, able to make it back to all 3 alive, and they come out victorious big in this round.
Great work there from WLG. We did see, unfortunately for them, Selen was making his way over to the backpack extract. Unfortunately, did not have enough time to go ahead and allow that one to happen. But there it is, man. We talked about it. Any team could still win going into game number 6. WLG maybe bringing that one to fruition here. They picked up 7 kill points, 1,600 damage, 2 million assets gained, and then, of course, that Mandelbrick. We're going to be having a 4-way tie in terms of the Mandelbricks captured specifically, but we know those squad points are going to tell the story completely for us when we do jump over to that leaderboard. But all of the kills were actually found pretty much entirely by 3 different teams here. WLG with 7. FLC, they picked up 6. They tried to make something happen. They tried to end the competition. They couldn't make it happen. Team Genius played pretty similar to how FOC were trying to do things, but 5 kills in their regard.
So big things to discuss now as we see the top performance of that previous round on board. But while that's going on, of course, 2 things. Mainly, now all of the operator picks are reset. You can do whatever you want. You could even double Tempest into the next round if you so desired. All picks are back and available. Also, we're now at a point where we don't necessarily get Space City. The last place team gets to decide whether we play Space City again or whether we play Brakkesh. So I believe, if my math is correct, that it's going to be AGARTHA. If they decide they would rather play Brakkesh, then that's what we're going for.
Yep, good note there. We'll have to see. You know, usually, I won't lie, I think I've seen it happen like 1 out of like 6 times we've actually gone to Brakkesh. So that last place team usually just ends up feeling confident going into Space City, even though obviously they just played, what would it be, 3 games, and it didn't really go their way. But take a look at this. MVP, of course, is going to be selling. This guy is now on my radar. I will not lie. The shots have been landing today for Selin, and it has been incredible to watch. He's going to be finding himself 3 kills, 540 damage, and about 350k in assets earned. But again, it's just about those headshots that Selin has been able to land throughout the day. Of course, it took all the way to game number 6 for it to actually help them capture the Mandelbrick, but him individually, man, he's been on so good.
It's been really, really incredible to watch. Really, really good. What an up-and-coming performance from how they fared in their previous day. They really, really have risen to the occasion with the Mandelbrick now in control as well, setting themselves up for something great. A big, big showdown taking place here in what will guaranteedly be the final match of the day. We went all the way after 2 days of finishing it off in round 5. We are going to round number 7. Will it be Space City? Will it be Brakkesh? We won't know until in a few moments. But before that, a brief break for these players to get ready, get loaded up, get geared to their teeth for the final round of the day. So stick around and we'll see you again in just a few.
Two members, now the odds are in their favor, 2v1.
Everything getting spammed away, and MT getting a little solo. Hang on a second, NL. Look at that. It's an absolute sweat.
This. And Ellis just got it over here. Lines them up, even through the shot. You're nuts.
For the last remaining 3 BOV, they find 2 instant knocks. The Elm's going to be hopping off to that.
Enemy neutralized.
Got the Mandelbrick. Find it. Stop them. Mandelbrick decoded. Nice work, operator.
The time to strike is now. Do not let me down, operator.
Decoding has begun. Defend the area.
Is about to take the first
goes around, comes around.
Oh, not gonna do very much. Though. You get barrel stuff. Skydie is getting aggressive.
See what I did there? You ain't seen nothing yet.
Let's knock them off their feet.
There we go. Oh, much damage, and there it is.
We have made it all the way to round number 7. Kilo is smiling, despite the fact that he didn't claim the victory there in the 1v3 in the previous round. Still a smile on his face. FLC as well, Soloa smiling for this one coming up, as FLC, they were able to get themselves the first break of the day, but not able to get one in repeat. 4 teams now, Vivid, on the hunt here for the double Mandelbrick win.
Couple of win conditions now for Team Genius, right? Sitting all the way up there with 42 squad points. Surely one of these other teams cannot catch them at this point. I mean, obviously it is still possible, but the chances of that happening don't really feel too likely. So Team Genius can kind of obviously pick up the Mandelbrick for themselves, or they just got to make sure that WLG Alliance and FLC cannot get their second Mandelbrick, and Genius will effectively win for the day. Still a lot of work to be done for teams towards the bottom. I mean, honestly, we're at the point now, if you take a look at their squad points, even if they do pick up a Mandelbrick, they would still kind of net themselves a 5th or a 6th place finish, because they are so far behind, unfortunately, in terms of the squad points as well. But take a look at this, Toby. We are actually going to be going to Brakkesh. So it looks like Team AGARTHA have opted to go ahead and send us over to Brakkesh as opposed to Space City.
Also, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, but given the fact that this is going to once again be an airdrop plus Mandelbrick round, there's more loot available, let alone the fact that we might get an arm or even 2 in this round. There's going to be more money, thus more points available, so teams could potentially catch up to Genius. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. As you saw there, all operators now reloaded. You can do whatever you want. So will we be seeing any double stacks come through, do you think, Vivid? And if so, what operator would they be fielding 2 of?
I've really seen it to be quite rare, honestly, so probably not, because you really do feel like you need some utility there in terms of the smokes, in terms of the reconnaissance, and then of course something like an Allura to go ahead and deny some of these Mandelbrick angles. But going into game number 7, man, Tier 1 spawns. They're going to play a big part of this one. Teams number 1, Alliance, AGARTHA, and WLG are the 4 teams that could potentially pick up a Tier 1 spawn, which is kind of funny how this one has panned out, because our 2 teams in 5th and 6th place are amongst those 4 teams that could potentially get the Tier 1 spawn. So a lot to play for every single team here today.
And of course, all the teams have been through the grinder for this entire race. And as far as I can see in the loading screen, no one is getting into this one with gold armor or helmet. So teams having to be a little wise about it coming into this one.
Wise indeed. Got to bring out all of the stops here. I'm sure they invested every last penny that they possibly could. And sure enough, it's going to be Team AGARTHA. And funny enough, it's going to be team number 1. Both of 2 which get the Tier 1 spawns here. So 5th and 6th place going to be sharing early access to this Mandelbrick. We'll have to see if they can make anything happen with it.
Important to note as well, of course, that the week, or the day that Team AGARTHA won last week, where they finished in 1st place, was actually off of a 1 Mandelbrick game. No one got themselves the double, and therefore it was AGARTHA that won off of the squad points. This time around, though, as you were saying before, even if they do get a break here, being able to catch up 35 points to Genius in 1 game, I don't even know if there's that many points available in a single round.
Would be super tough. We've seen crazier, though. I mean, you'd have to get what? You have to get kills and then let those kills kind of
like
be rezzed.
30
and pick
million
them up
in
again,
value.
You know what I mean? Yeah. But look at this. Team AGARTHA, they don't even actually wait for their Tempest ult to become available. They kind of just run outside. They go ahead and pick up the Mandelbrick. And now we're going to be putting it into the decoding station that is, of course, inside of the museum. All right, the stage has kind of been set. All of our teams are going to go ahead and kind of encroach upon this position. But it's Team AGARTHA, man, one of our teams that kind of sits towards the bottom of the leaderboard trying to make it happen.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Is there any any universe at all where this run goes uncontested?
No.
No.
We've
That's
got
what I wanted
galore,
you to say.
You know what I mean? Like, there's no way that this one goes the distance.
Yeah. I would have to say the same thing. As a matter of fact, we're almost guaranteed it's going to go all the way down to 0, unless if we see like a really big brawl happening early on, then we might see it go down before it hits that 130. But I would imagine it's going to at least change hands like 2 or 3 times.
We'll have to see what our teams decide to kind of do here. Because the Mandelbrick is actually put in so early, it's actually taken quite a little time for some of our other teams to actually go ahead and get to the museum, build them directly. Team Alliance have made their way here, though, through the basement. That being said, they actually don't have a Tempest of their own, so they can't necessarily play for one of those steals necessarily. So we'll have to kind of see what the game plan here is going to be for them. They do have the Gizmo, the Raptor, and the Eluru, so plenty of utility to be used from this comp indeed. But actually, as it currently stands, Team Alliance are kind of just looting as is FLC.
Yeah. Not in a hurry. Not in a hurry at all. But of course, I mean, for FLC, they know they're set and forth coming into this. So yes, of course, you want to play for the double Mandelbrick win. But if not, you want to secure as much money as you possibly can to at least try and surpass some of the teams on the total scoreboard. And given the fact that they were given the Tower of Babel for looting, you might as well go claim that first and then go contest the Mandelbrick afterwards.
Margins are starting to get a little bit slimmer here as the decode is down to just 2 minutes now. And still, all of our teams are kind of still upon initial approach. We can see Team Genius has kind of activated that Tempest ult. So that's going to be Chin's kind of running in. I'm not entirely sure if he's just trying to gain space for his team, because I don't think he can make his way all the way over to the decoding station from this specific spot. And yeah, I think this was kind of like an information gathering play from Team Genius to be like, okay, listen, what's going on in Museum? Where our team's kind of slated right now, and what kind of area can we control? So smart from Team Genius.
Definitely. Alliance now going back downstairs, trying to avoid some of the pressure coming through. As we are down to just 1 minute 20, and every team starting to look in this direction. It's only FLC actually that are still down towards the far south, and as you can see, they're looting even more. And you'd have to imagine that at some point soon they are going to be netting themselves 1 more point to tie things up with Alliance at 26.
WLG have kind of posted up onto this balcony outside of Museum, which is actually a pretty good spot if you go ahead and get your Tempest up there, because you can kind of run in and you're not too far away from the decoding station. But here we are sub 60 seconds before this one is captured. Team AGARTHA, though, there's a lot of utility kind of raining in, and Team Genius are actually going to go ahead and try to make a play towards this without their Tempest ult activated. So one of their members is going to have to go ahead and send their body onto this station if they want to go ahead and deny Team AGARTHA from capturing this. But some of the smokes onto the station actually go ahead and fade away, and it's going to make it just a little bit easier for Team AGARTHA to kind of play around this. We're down to 25 seconds.
Yeah, ults now being activated across the board here as AGARTHA trying to claim this one for themselves. 20 seconds left on the board. Teams will have to try and make a move at some point soon. Down to just 15 now. AGARTHA still defending as best as they possibly can, but here comes Genius trying to make a run for it. We're seeing great pickups being seized at the same time here, but it will be stolen on over by Genius as we reset the timer to 3:30.
Yeah, great job from Genius right there to kind of save the lobby. But WLG on the back foot of that, they actually went ahead and picked up Nas, but not before Yaku kind of found the return frag there. So that's going to be Scooby going down. WLG and AGARTHA, both of those teams are going to be down to just a duo now. And Team Genius, amongst all the chaos that they kind of got involved in, walk away with current control over the Mandelbrick.
See here. Grind, well aware of what's happening right outside, but not in a hurry to make a move here at all. On the flip side of that, though, Salen had absolutely no clue what was waiting just inside that room, so he's going to go down instantly as Akko now forced to back off. Over the spider can crawl on forward. Solo player left alive for WLG. They just got themselves a Mandelbrick, and now they might be falling.
Somehow, some way, by the way, AGARTHA were able to go ahead and find the res on the museum balcony. Usually that's super difficult because the audio surely was kind of heard by somebody. But on the back foot of that, Alliance, they actually pick up the second kill of the game for them, but I think that was actually onto a Tempest ult. So Side of MBO, they're going to be pretty safe, and you can see some of the loot is starting to fly in here. It's Team Genius finding a couple res, but FLC, by the way, we can kind of see it off screen. We have the information here. FLC are just looting up the entirety of tower. They're trying to play for some of the points that you can get from some of the value, but WLG right there with the Lions playing aggressive, they're going to be wiped off the map, and they're going to have to wait to see how this one kind of pans out. But a great shot from Hannah is going to potentially open things up here to help out their defense.
Yeah, it's a slow loot race for FLC, especially when Alliance are getting points like this. It's 1 point per 2 mil picked up, and right now, while they get a lot off of that, Alliance are getting a lot of points off of Elims alone. 29 already, with Genius, of course, far ahead still, and in control of the Decode, which is now down to 1 minute 30.
What can some of these teams do? As a reminder, all of our teams except one has Tempest. That's going to be Team Alliance. But these guys have kind of been in the mix already. They've found themselves some kills. Team Genius are going to look to go ahead and defend this. As this timer gets lower and lower, Team Genius will be more and more willing to actually just send their bodies onto this Dakota station. That being said, Chloe and Chins are actually playing over towards this staircase, not really anywhere close to the Dakota station. And yeah, sure enough, on the back foot of their positions, being kind of separated from the defense that they're kind of trying to play around. Team AGARTHA still out on that balcony, have stolen the Mandelbrick back.
I'm able to do exactly that as we get AGARTHA on the board once more. Timer continues, the match timer down to under 10 minutes now, as well as Chuba swings the corner, spots one of Alliance on the outside, but can't quite find the connect on him. Allura ult does come through as well, but doesn't do damage either. So Chuba able to defend the position from up high there. For the time being, no one able to really contest. There's a drop on the outside, but I would be very surprised if anyone is going to care to make a run for it right now.
FLC is actually picking up the air jump all the way over to the east. That's going to be netting them. And remember, they looted pretty much the entirety of the Tower of Babel, but they're still kind of lackluster in terms of the score. You can see on the left side of your screen, still in fourth place amongst all of the teams that kind of have a Mandelbrick. But now Team Alliance are trying to make something happen, using this lift to go ahead and gain access to the balcony. But Team AGARTHA, they're still here. They're still holding steady. They're still trying to defend this. But because they're trying to defend the push of Team Alliance, Team Genius are actually netted the time to go ahead and steal the Mandelbrick away. And that was close. Shins almost found a lot of value of that, but so much utility is landing. And FLC have finally joined in on the action. A great flank from them is going to be finding them 2 kills. And now, unfortunately, for the likes of Team Alliance, Easy is just a solo. He's trying to run away, but the shots are found from Jax.
Ooh, and over that is immediately thereafter. Hannah G able to get Chupa down now as well. So Genius, while defending this position, doing a lot with it. So we have 2 teams in position of Mandelbricks eliminated already. Alliance out, WLG out as well. FLC and Genius still with 3 players up and alive. And now a world where number 1 NBO down the bottom of the board get part in this action. They have made their way inside the building for, a while ago now. Haven't really opted to engage much, but here they are now holding the cross.
90 seconds. We've made it here once more for Team Genius. Multiple times throughout this specific Mandelbrick that they have been down to this timer. The disarms are trying to come in. These disarms just denying the res from Team AGARTHA. How annoying is that for them, right? And you can see this enter is going to do the same exact thing. So multiple teams actually investing their Tempest utility to just go ahead and deny this res. And it's just going to be the same game plan for AGARTHA to try to go ahead and make this one happen. But this is getting stalled out here. I mean, Team AGARTHA are going to be left alive, but Team Genius are going to have a big smile on their faces. There's now 50 seconds remaining before they win this Mandelbrick and win the competition today.
See if it's going to be the case or if FLC has something to say about it. They're all stuck in the hallway right now, trying to make their way upstairs. NBO holding this one tight. Let's enter. Is that here denying any sort of entry from the other side. Nast already activating his ropes. Is he going to make a run for the decode or is he not? They are on it for the time being. Let's see if he's going to get it as well. Indeed he does, right before being taken down. And a reset once more up to 2 minutes.
That was actually Chin's full send in his body. The Tempest, but I don't think he had his ultimate activated, so he goes down. You can see Kalo off in the distance. He's actually going to be finding the res there. Unfortunately for FLC, they've lost a couple of members amongst all of the chaos that's kind of happening around the museum building. But a full reset kind of comes in for a couple of our teams. And amongst all of the fray, when the dust does settle, take a look at our two teams that have full three-man rosters. AGARTHA and MBO are two last-place teams.
It is kind of wild, actually. Of course, it is literally impossible for Genius to be aware of this, but if they eliminate Falcons, even if they don't get the brick, they win the whole thing. Like, their sole focus right now should be finding FLC and taking them out as well. That could be a very good win con for them. We'll see if it's going to be the case or not.
Have to see how this one kind of pans out. Again, Chin's kind of went down there, so I'd imagine that he does have that ultimate backup available for the side of Team Genius. Now, FLC are actually getting a full reset in, so I mentioned it just moments ago. Only two teams had a full three-man roster, but it looks like Team Genius have kind of reset themselves, and FLC were trying to do the same, but they're trying to get denied, as well as there's kind of a push happening below this decoding station, but there's also a push happening towards the decoding station as Shins jumps on to this decoding station, and it is stolen once more. We are down to that minimal timer of just 90 seconds before this Mandelbrick is secured now.
Exactly. Energy. Nice crossfire hold here. Down to just 2 bullets, but you have to imagine that there's more in the pocket. Having said that, though, they have been shooting for quite a while as NBO do lose one. Saloa trying to defend from this position. They've been able to get one player back up. Looks like they're going to be able to get the rest on the last, as well as they get stolen away once again. All these continuous back and forth steals make it possible for FLC to get their rest back on their teammates, or at least try to. As I say that, though, Saloa will fall and get flushed as well. So they're down to 1 once more, and off of that, now they are fully eliminated, which means that Genius, unless if something absurd happens here, should be your victors, regardless of whether or not they get the double break.
Yep, they're going to go ahead and win out the tiebreaker no matter what happens. But MBO and AGT here, they can still make something happen, right? Like a 13-point swing wouldn't be too crazy for them to kind of contest for some of those 3rd and 4th place spots here. So we'll have to kind of see if they can make something happen. But Team Genius, they don't have that information. They're still going to go ahead and try to win this just based on the fact of getting 2 mana bricks. It is kind of important to note. Remember, a mana brick capture is actually worth 1 point on the group stage leaderboard as well. So Team Genius want to play for it no matter what. But team of number 1, they go ahead and jump on this mana brick, so they have control over it right now. This might end up being one of those scenarios where nobody picks up this mana brick. I mean, it keeps going back and forth, and we're down to just 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this map.
Yep, could very well end up being the case if it gets stolen once more after we go sub 1 minute 30. It will not be going over to anyone. This is just... I was wondering, I mean, I hope we have data on this somewhere. What's the record for most steals in a single round? Because I feel like right now, with the pace of which it's being stolen over, they're trying to break it.
Yep, very, very tense here. All these teams want to go ahead and secure this. It's currently Team AGARTHA that have control, but we know the game plan here for Team Genius. It's been rinse and repeat for them. They send Shins in on the back for the Tempest, and then he rolls through the smoke and tries to find one of the kills. This time around, he got a little bit hesitant. He almost did enough damage. If one more bullet would have landed, he would have got the knock right there. But I think he was worried about the timer kind of running out. He didn't want to get stranded out there on that balcony. So plays a little bit safe and sends himself back.
Yeah, because he actually had quite a lot of health to work with when he did opt to jump back. So one more bullet, as you said, could have opened up a big opportunity for them. They are still the ones in control of the Dakota as we go sub 1 minute once again. Let's see now if AGARTHA or NBO and number 1 has it in them to go contest. Also, FLC and Alliance tied at 27. Is there 12 points left to be found anywhere here for NBO? Should they also be able to get themselves the break? We'll have to see as this one goes through.
Bunch of math to be done once this one has concluded, but still a couple of minutes away from this one going down. AGARTHA actually switching up the strategy. Typically, they would kind of use this position to just jump onto the coding station, but they're kind of tired of playing against Team Genius. They've actually taken a forward position, and they're going to get punished from that. Team number 1 have found the knock onto Yako, so AGARTHA's going to be chopped down to just a duo, but a full-fledged attack from the likes of NBO is going to be met with Kalo from Team Genius, who is interested in just standing strong on the decoding station and making sure that they go ahead and pick up this second brick. Hannah makes it well worth their while and picking up a kill to boot as well. And there it is, Team Genius to pick up their second mana brick finally after a bunch of steals.
absolutely love the aggressive possession they're playing out of here, where before they've been sitting down the alleyway, a little more defensive. Now they're well aware that many teams have been eliminated, and therefore it allows them a chance to push on forward, play aggressive on the brick itself, and hold it all the way through to the end. Incredible day here for Genius, ending up with a double brick and 46 points, which could eventually become even more. We'll see where this game ends. Still got a minute 20 left to play.
Technically a battle for 5th place between NBO and AGARTHA, right? So still
battle for a
technically
point.
Something just a little bit to be played for. But Team Genius, they've gotten all the points they possibly can, by the way. Guaranteed first place, 2 Mandelbrick, so they're going to be getting 10 points based on how they have performed today. Excited to see if that kind of switches things up on that leaderboard, but number 1, still trying to make something happen again. They don't really know how everything's spinning out on the leaderboard. That grenade might land and deny the res, but it does not. And the solo from Team AGARTHA is actually going to be chased off into the distance with just a sliver of HP.
Yeah, so, of course, I mean, what could end up being a very valuable point in the end of it here as NBO versus AGARTHA. Last place gets 0. 5th place gets a single on the day. So we'll see who ends up being the one to bring it home. As Enter now crosses on over, has his teammate there as well, but a well-placed incendiary is going to slow them down for the time being.
Team Genius just kind of fend this one up again. What feels like a little bit of a victory lap here. Let's see if they can go ahead and show some individual prowess and land some following shots that go ahead and add insult to injury to some of our other teams. Chuba, if he finds some of these kills, it could be the difference maker, but he's going to be chopped down entirely too fast to make anything happen. Some kills are kind of traded amongst all the chaos in the last remaining moments, but it doesn't matter which way some of those kills went. You could say it. Hannah knows it. We won, man. You can see the emotion, some of the reactions, some of the emotes being enacted there from the likes of Team Genius. Listen, we had to go the distance. We had to go all the way to game number 7. But when it was all said and done, we had a team go ahead and successfully pick up 2 mana breaks.
And well-deserved victory here for Genius. I mean, they all stepped up so big in their game here. Kilo, of course, big impact player throughout the day, but Hannah G as well, landing absolutely crucial shots in order to keep them in the race. A hard-fought day across the board here between some very, very good players. There's Hannah G taking a screenshot. You know what? You won yourself today. You deserve to screenshot that one.
Our best team. Everybody knows who it was going to be here. It's going to be Team Genius. Just the back and forth between the coding station. It was pretty much them versus Team AGARTHA for a majority of, but it only required them to go ahead and pick up 2 kill points. Of course, 1,000+ damage dealt. And here's the breakdown here. I mean, dude, 8 kills from the team of number 1 there. As a reminder, I mean, they kind of entered this one. They were struggling. I think they had like 6 or 7 points. So they pretty much potentially doubled the amount of squad points they had in just one single game here towards the end of the competition. So great work from these guys, which is why we're going to be seeing them towards the top killers here. Matthias enter with 3 apiece in 1st and 2nd place. And then Hannah right there as well, picking up all of the kills for Team Genius with 2 out of 2.
Yeah, great performance there. But unfortunately, a bit too late on it, as we do get a player at plus 1,000 damage done. I'm not sure if that's 1,000, 1,000, or if it's just because we don't go do decimals when we go that high. But nevertheless, incredible performance here by Matthias.
Without a doubt, we mentioned it. I mean, yeah, listen, he was fine. He was also finding the assist as well. So a well-rounded performance there from Matthias on Brakkesh. Potentially the right decision, right? I mean, I think it was NBO that went ahead and decided that we were going to be going over to Brakkesh, and they played well in terms of the kills. Didn't secure the mana break, but let's go ahead and take a look at the top asset earners. Again, we kind of saw that FLC was kind of playing around that loot strategy. They were just trying to pick up a couple of extra points to kind of win out some of the tiebreakers and surge themselves up the leaderboard by looting towers. So that's why they were so high. But our MVP is going to be Matthias from number 1. And there it is. Yeah, the kill points. And Toby gets his answer there. It's not 1,000 on the dot. 1,009.
You know what? It's close enough. I'll take it. He tried and he got a bit above it. It's fair. Incredible performance. Would have hoped to see them go out and be able to deliver on this caliber a bit earlier in the day, but we see it so often in tournaments like this when you have a team that maybe played a bit too defensive, maybe played a bit too scared in the early parts of the day. Then when you reach a point where you have, well, guys, we have nothing to lose, might as well go out and make it all happen. That's when they all out of nowhere just start popping off.
Yep, without a doubt. And listen, I mentioned it. We have giveaways throughout the entirety of the day. And now that we have wrapped up game number 7, I've got one more for you guys. It's time for our final giveaway. This is your chance to win 3,000 Delta tickets. If you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, or Facebook, simply type !giveaway in the chat to enter. If you are watching on a different platform, specifically X, just go ahead and repost the live stream and you will be entered into the giveaway over there as well. We will announce the winners in the chat on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. Or if you went ahead and won on X, we'll go ahead and announce the winner in the comments under the live stream. And good luck to everybody, man. 3,000 Delta tickets. We've given away so much throughout today. And good luck to everybody at home on this final giveaway here today.
It's amazing. Not only do you get to watch some of the best players in the world take to the battlefield here, but also you get rewarded for watching for your own games. I mean, what better? What better than getting the double whammy on these ones? And what better than for us to finally have one go all the way through to the end? Not only did we get the funny round 6 where teams have to opt in for all these big caveats on their operator choices, but now we get the full round 7 and a fun win to seal off the day as well with it.
Yep, without a doubt, it was kind of incredible to see. We saw some games go the distance or some matches go the distance in week number 1. But yeah, Friday and Saturday this weekend specifically, game number 5s across the board. But finally, our teams kind of allotted us a little bit of extra action here today. And it was well worth it because game number 7 was absolutely crazy. The fight over the museum decoding station and the fact that when we made it to game number 7, Brakkesh was actually chosen. Pretty rare for that one to happen. I talked about it going into that one, but we pulled it out, and it was well worth it for Team Genius.
And important to note as well, if my math isn't wrong here, Team Genius is going to be the first team in the entire Rise series for EMEA to actually win 2 weeks. Or win two broadcasts. They have won 2 of their 3 days. I mean, that goes to show how incredible they've been playing, right? So they win 2. The one that they didn't win, they still finished, what was it, 4th, I believe, with a break as well. The one that went all the way through to the end that AGARTHA won. So just overall, I mean, Genius is playing, well, let's put it this way, they're living up to their name.
Yep, without a doubt. And I'm very, very excited to kind of jump in with these guys. The fact that they did win again. You guys know how it works over here. We love to do winner interviews, which we will have that very, very shortly. And I would imagine that it's probably going to be with the coach of Team Genius. And we had an opportunity to talk to him last week. And so kind of like what it will feel like a follow-up interview. Will be great to talk to him once more. But yeah, Team Genius, of course, won out the day with 2 Mandelbricks, 45 squad points. They were the best performers in every single category. So a well-deserved first place. But WLG, Alliance, and FLC, it was very, very close amongst all 3 of these teams. You could see WLG just scraped by with a point ahead of Alliance and FLC, so they're gonna be getting 2nd place. And then Team Alliance, man, listen, if you tie in the Mandelbrick category, the tiebreaker is actually squad points. They were tied in squad points, and then it goes over to whoever had more kill points, but they were tied in kill points, and then it goes to supply points, but they were tied in supply points. So I have no idea what the actual final tiebreaker here is going to be for this one, but that's why we have very smart individuals behind the scenes to go ahead and break these things down, because ties across the board, that's pretty crazy.
It is. It really is. But of course, there are rules in place to make sure that even if we go to the 7th tiebreaker, there will be one. And that's where they get really wonky as well. Sometimes it'll be like who had the most damage in an individual round, something along those lines. But look at the stats here. The match MVP Kilo, 3,000 damage on the day with 11 kills to boot.
You remember yesterday when we were talking about Nox, how he was kind of featured almost exclusively among some of those individual categories? Well, Kilo actually had 4 for 4 there. So great work from him. I mean, 11 kill points, 3,000 damage, upwards of 14 million assets gained, and then the assists as well. But with that being said, Toby, well, I think we're ready for the interview.
I think so too. Let's get him in. Let's get an interview ready with Nevada. Congratulations, Genius. An incredible day for you guys. First of all, just talk to me. How does it feel seeing you guys to be the first team to go out and win 2 match days as a whole?
It feels absolutely superb because I can't even find the right words to explain how excited we feel right now. Because obviously it is a goal of each team to have the most amount of points to get to the finals. And now we took a very important lead in the group where we should have done it. And we did.
Incredible, incredible performance for sure. One more. Oh, sorry, go with it.
Nevada, listen, you guys right now, I'm looking at the category over here for who has the most amount of mana bricks captured. Every single team has played 3 times now. Your team, Team Genius, has 5 mana bricks captured, and teams following up with that only have 3 mana bricks captured. So what's kind of the difference maker? Like, how are you guys able to just secure so many mana bricks?
I would say that the main idea of our team is that to get the Mandelbrick, because who gets the Mandelbrick that wins. If we get an opportunity, we try to fight for it. If it's early game, late game, anyway, the goal is won.
Incredible, incredible. I want to hear from you now as well. I mean, of course, you get a win last week. Now you get a win here today as well. Has there been for you, like obviously sitting back and watching these matches take place, have there been any difference in how last week's games played out for you? I mean, one thing is you come out victorious in both, but do you feel like the lobby played different? We've heard a lot of players in post-match interviews saying here in week 2, they're feeling more comfortable, they're playing a bit more aggressive. Do you feel like your team was, you know, facing more aggression from the opponents this time around, or did it play similar to what you experienced in week 1?
I would say we feel ourselves much more confident than we started. It's for sure. It is a good thing that everyone says. The only thing I would say in this group, we had to adapt to the slow motion, like the slow plays that most of the teams in this group had. And we did it well. And you can see it.
Yep, without a doubt. Listen, I mean, I kind of talked about it. You guys are categorically doing very, very well in mana bricks, but also in kills. You guys actually have the most amount of kills out of everybody that has played as well. Do you guys ever find yourselves specifically playing for kills? I mean, of course, we have maps like Zero Dam and Tide Prison where it kind of plays into favor there, but outside of that, do you guys ever kind of find yourselves playing specifically for kills?
I would say that my team was always eager to get as much kills as you want, even when playing pugs. I would say that we are just overperforming after the underperformance of the second game we had.
Fair enough, fair enough. Lastly, I mean, before I let you go, any shout-outs you want to do to the Genius supporters, fans? Because, I mean, you already had a lot of people supporting you coming into today, coming into this tournament as a whole as well, but I'm sure that with every single broadcast you guys are on, you're getting more and more and more fans by the second. Anything you want to say to all the people cheering you on as you continue the tournament?
I would say that Gen is always being genius can be in your DNA, like our Gen. So feel free to join us and follow us.
That's perfect. Thank you so much for the insights and the interview, and congratulations again on what has been an absolutely incredible day of Delta Force.
Thank you very much.
There you have it, the interview over and done with Genius. It's always lovely to get the insights of the coach as compared to the players. Don't get me wrong, the player interviews are fantastic too, but lovely hearing the guy that sits back, watches everything unfold, because they usually have a little bit of a different view of everything as the day comes to an end.
And take a look at this on the back foot of their incredible performance here today. Team Genius are going to be in first place. 23 total match points. A 5-point lead over Team Gotaga and the rest of the competition. So great work from Team Genius. And I mentioned it. I mean, just look at some of these categories here. They have the most mana bricks, amount of kill points, the most amount of supply points. Like just across the board, every single category they own outright. So they are just playing to absolute perfection right now. That being said, I mean, you can see the top 6 kind of being broken down. We saw Team Alliance in the mix today. They played pretty well, joining themselves up there in the mix in 4th place. Not too many points behind the likes of Team Gotaga, so still a lot to play for there. WLG also did a great job of maintaining their 6th place spot. And FLC, I'll give a quick shout out to those guys in 7th place with 12 points. But after FLC, man, those points start to drop off quite dramatically, and I start to worry for some of those teams in 8th through 12th place.
And it's actually kind of terrifying because, I mean, one thing is that you want to go out and have pop-off days like Genius had today, but in the course of an entire league, consistency is everything. Look at AGARTHA, for example. They have a win. They have a full day win with 8 points. Outside of that, they're still set in 9th overall. I mean, that is insane. Goes to show that inconsistency just won't get you there. And Genius, on the flip side of that, have been consistent throughout so far. So an incredible day, an incredible weekend of EMEA action. Also lovely to see all groups represented on the left side of the leaderboard.
Go ahead and take a look at some of the individual player rankings. This is going to be for total kills. Nox still reigns supreme, as does Maxa in second place, but Hannah, with a pretty good performance today, is actually going to be putting himself up into the top 3 there with 23 total, and a couple of his other members there I see in top 10. I see Kalo and Chins in 8th and 9th place respectively with 20 kills apiece of their own. So actually Team Genius are one of the teams that I'm kind of seeing the most out of, and they are very, very close in those individual kills. So nobody's really kind of out fragging anybody on that team, so that's kind of great to see.
Definitely. Ushpishka maintaining that first place position just ahead of Nox, and a bit of a drop off to Dickinson as we go down the list of all the damage dealers here. But overall, I mean, it's the players that we've seen continuously go out and have highlight-worthy moments that are also topping these boards, so makes perfect sense. And Maxa also maintaining that first place spot, but look at this, Kilo is catching on, just 400,000 behind.
Yeah, actually, Hannah, not too far behind as well. This is actually quite a dramatic difference just yesterday, because you could see it Maxa, and the difference between Maxa and Nox was like upwards of like 4 mil. But now with Team Genius kind of playing today and securing some of those assets, it's pretty close in the asset race there. But here's our schedule. We are done with week number 2, and with that being said, we're done with week number 1 as well. So we're already halfway through the group stage. All of our teams can only play, or will only be able to play 3 more times. If you have a favorite group, go ahead and take a screenshot of this, because you can see specifically when they will play. Match number 7 will be played on Friday in just a couple of days. That'll be between groups C and D. And listen, it's kind of been the theme of this competition of the Rise series. Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday over the course of season 1, we have games here on EMEA, and we'll have them on America's region as well. So much Delta Force when we do make it to the weekend.
Absolutely incredible. So much more Delta Force to come. And of course, I mean, we can, I guess, say it already now, because it's announced that the winners of the finals will be directly guaranteed to season 2. So there will be even more. If this wasn't enough already, we're giving you even more Delta Force action this year. It's incredible how Humble Beginnings have so quickly turned into a absolute A-tier league.
Yep, without a doubt. Well, Toby, that pretty much wraps up our day here for week number 2. The Rise series has been delivering, and like I said, we're kind of approaching on that halfway mark here. Yeah. And it kind of makes me a little bit sad. I mean, it's like, oh man, we're halfway done already. That means we're on the back end of it, which means that the entertainment will run out soon. But our players have just done so well at keeping us entertained and keeping themselves into the fight. I'm excited to see what happens in week number 3. But Toby, week number 2, it was fun, man.
Oh yeah, what a big change of how everything turned out as well. I mean, we get the most quiet of quiet day ones, then we slowly pick up the pace on day 2, and here on day 3, everyone just went full pedal to the metal, fighting their way through the very start to the finish line, and we go all the way to round 7 as well. Incredible weekend of Delta Force.
Yep, absolutely, Toby. Well, like I mentioned, the games are everywhere. We went the absolute distance here all the way to game number 7, and at the end of it, Team Genius reigns supreme. But that is going to be enough from us here today. Like I mentioned, America's later on today, so if you didn't get enough Delta Force kind of watching this, or maybe you just want to jump into some of those giveaways that will be happening over on the Americas region, be sure to tune in just a couple of hours. But like I mentioned, it's going to be all from me and Toby here today. Thank you guys for joining us, and we will see you on the other side.